Alright, got everything all set up. Hello and welcome back everybody to our final 428 Shibuya Scramble stream. So, last time we had to collect all the bad endings and the true endings. So today's focus is the bonus content. But I believe that's in load game rather than the bonus content tab. So, we're gonna be doing the little side story for Canaan and the little side story for Suzune. And then after that, we'll see how much time we have left. And then we'll see if we can try to go for some extras, though I'll need to open a guide for that. I think I can just use the Steam guide, because there are some hidden extras. Like, what's up, Chi? Hello, Sajeri. Thank you, everybody, for dropping by. Because I think there's some hidden extras for, like, if you've gotten all the bad endings, plus the true ending, and then you did the bonus chapters, you'll be able to unlock an extra, like, ending. I don't know if it's, like... No, I think it's just a teaser, like, it's just a side thing. It's not the canon ending, because we already got the true ending. But yeah, without further ado, let us just do it. Oh my gosh. You know, I hate it when I sneeze before I stream. Makes my voice get all clogged up. Uh-oh, I don't know this game at all. It's okay. I mean, the side stories, I think they can stand on their own, because I believe they're not super linked to the main story, so don't worry about it. You could just chill. It's mostly reading, because it's kind of it's a visual novel, but it's using like real people in the background, see? And it's all text, so you could just listen in if you want to. Thank you for dropping by, though. Yeah, here we go. So we'll start with the... Throws me off that Canaan's anime and Suzune isn't. Okay, we'll start with Suzune, since we unlocked her from the normal ending. Then we'll go Canaan, because we unlocked her from the true ending. Canaan anime version, yeah. Extra stories time, yeah! Also, thank you for all the new follows. The Limbus company will return on Thursday and Friday. I just want to finish this game first, because we've been playing 428 Shibuya Scramble for so long already. Really enjoyed the Limbus VOD. Wanted to check out some other streams. That's nice. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. I am not gonna lie, I didn't expect that to happen with the Limbus VOD. I only played it at first because my friend kept on telling people, all of our friend group play Limbus. It is a good game, though. I finished Kanto 1 by myself. I'm probably gonna repeat this when I actually start the Limbus VOD, since I don't really expect anyone to... I'm in the mentality that I'm not expecting people to show up to other streams or other VODs. But I appreciate if you do. But I'm just thinking they're probably just gonna be on the Limbus and Project Moon stuff. Project Moon fans are starved of content. Yeah, so I've been told. It's alright. We will play Zilimbus. I'm sorry for finishing Kanto 1 off stream. I didn't expect it. Alright, so we start with Suzune. I believe this should be her own side story in the hospital. It was almost 1 o'clock. Alright. Limbo? No. Aw, I kind of like the vibes of her hospital, though. Looks really nice. I mean, I know we're only looking at the window and but the fact that she has the little flowers and then the sunlight coming in, that's cute. Takuya Kazama watched the orderly collect his meal tray. But who the fuck is Takuya Kazama? I just started and I don't know who we're talking about. Okay, watch the orderly collect his meal tray, waiting for the door to fully close behind him before slipping out of bed. He dragged the folding chair closer to the window and sat down. And then he meticulously scanned the entire length of the vast central courtyard outside. From up here on the second floor, he had a great view of the whole open space. Oh, okay. I'm not extra stories, extra characters. Yeah, I'm not crazy for not knowing who he is. He is a new person. Okay. The hospital building was shaped like a boxy U, enclosing the promenade that wove its way between the trees, where the pajama-clad patients from the visitors from their families were enjoying the first day of sunshine to come along in a while. Not yet. She still isn't here. Who's she? Your mom? It looks like a kid. I seem to be doing okay today. If she does show up in the courtyard, I'll sneak out for a walk myself, and then I'll make sure I go and talk to her. Hey, what's your name? No, I can't just go up and ask her like that. Okay, no. Someone not related to him. Maybe I should tell her my name first. I'm Takuya. Who are you? Or is it silly to tell her what my name is when she hasn't even asked? Man, I think this is gonna be a sad one though. I'm already feeling it from the music. So, what's wrong with you? Oh, another patient. Oh, maybe Suzune. No, she's been here at least as long as I have. Whatever it is, can't be anything small. So yeah, no way I can open with that. That comes later. Much later. Nice weather we're having. Now, what am I, 90 years old? I need to say something hip. No! You don't have to. You come out here all the time, huh? Bro. No, that's terrible. Might as well say I've been watching you. She'll think I'm a stalker. In the midst of his internal debate, Takuya happened to cast his gaze back out into the courtyard. Me overthinking every social interaction? Yeah, me looking at a person go like, how do I become their friend? There she was, standing right under his window. She wore a white cardigan over her pajamas, standing with her head tilted back and her eyes closed, basking in the light of the sun. The angle finally gave him a good look at her face. The wind caught her evenly cropped bangs, blowing them back to expose the delicate curve of her forehead. She looked deeply happy as she stood, breathing a gentle smile across her face. Aw, yeah, she does look really at peace. Let's go, Suzune. Wait, oh my god, you're so cute. Dropped in to lurk and say nothing, but I had to say you're so cute. No worries. Thank you, Stefa. Don't worry, I also dropped by to lurk and say nothing. Because I do overthink every social interaction. But thank you. This is my chibi model. I made it myself. I'm working. No worries. I know I stream during work hours. On weekdays, it is a horrendous time, I'm sure. Enjoy interacting with, work. Oh, for me, I just show up and don't say anything because I'm too nervous and I don't know what to say. I just there, and then one moment I'm there, and then towards the end I'm not. Sometimes I'm still there at the end because I forgot to close the tab afterwards. You made the model yourself? That's really impressive. Thank you. Yeah, I made this chibi myself, art and rigging, and then I unveiled it the other day. Yeah. It was a challenge, but that's why if there's some scuff with the rigging, it's because I'm not like I'm not familiar with this kind of thing, okay? It's my first time making something like this. You made it too, let's go! I know I'll end up spending a lot of time if I don't stop myself. Yeah, if I start chatting, I'm probably going to be there forever. And then I'll forget what I was trying to do. Nice chibi model so well, but thank you, I appreciate it. Appreciate the nice comments. Mouth animations look so good too. It's because there's so many mouth. I rigged so many mouth forms. I rigged way too many mouth forms, I think. That's why it looks nice. Righto. Back to our guy Takuya who doesn't know how to talk to someone. Just like me for real. Hi Chi. Hello Kapen. Thank you for dropping by. Really smooth, I want pet. Aw, thanks guys. Takuya felt as though she were smiling at him, and it brought him a tightness to his chest. Oh, thank you for the headphone. I was looking into Mix It Up. I believe that's a... what do you call it? It's a streaming application where you can make these redeems automatic. But I haven't quite, gotten used to it yet. I think I will... I'm still looking into it. Probably by next week I'll be able to, make these automated instead of me putting it myself. Yay, headpat, yay! Thank you for hydrate. Also, let me grab that. It do be so hot. So cute. Thank you. Ooh. He'd always thought that it would make him impossibly happy were that angelic smile ever to turn his way. So why did it hurt so much instead? I lurk. Okay, have a nice lurk. Good luck with work. He saw her open her eyes back up, and he hurriedly backed away from the window. Oh no, he's shy. She saw me! Or did she? No, there's no way she could have seen and hear. She could see and hear with the glare. What does it mean? Yeah, what does it matter if she saw you? You're just a patient in his room. I was gonna talk to her anyway, right? So go on, get out there. Fighting his nerves, Takuya moved back to the windowsill. She was gone. Oh, okay. Where had she disappeared to? Takuya scrambled out of his room and rushed to the elevator. It'll be alright, my muscles aren't too stiff. Today's a good day. Takuya? Takuya, where are you going? Okay, it was the nurse. He recognized the voice of a familiar nurse calling out from behind him, but he ignored her and jammed his thumb on the close button. Once he was on the first floor, he made his way to the courtyard exit, slipped on some sandals, and headed outside. I wonder what he's in the hospital for. Something about his muscles being stiff is what he was talking about. He pretended to be out on a walk as he wandered in search of the girl, but went the length of the courtyard and back to spot under his window without finding her. That's odd. Usually she stays out here a lot longer. You look a little pale. Are you alright? Asked a voice. Huh? Ah, she was right in front of you, dude! What the hell? He turned and saw the girl sitting on a nearby bench. Takuya took a half step back in surprise. Somehow he missed her in the shadow of the trees. I'm sorry, she said. Did I startle you? No, not really. You look like you're in pain. Should I go get a doctor? She was right. He wasn't used to so much walking. I'll be alright. I just need to rest for a bit, he said. Relieved he managed to answer. Lately, his words hadn't been coming out all that well. Oh no. The girl stood up and reached a hand to him, but Takuya couldn't bring himself to take it. Instead, he simply sat down on the bench. Not too close to her, but not too far away either. This guy is overthinking everything, even just sitting on the bench. His heart had suddenly begun pounding, but he couldn't tell if it was because of exhaustion or because he was so close to her. So, you're the boy from the room up there, right? She pointed to his window on the second floor, and Takuya had to stifle a gasp. A little earlier we made eye contact, didn't we? Did we? Takuya mumbled, averting his gaze. I was just spacing out, so I didn't notice. I've seen you up there from time to time. You look lonely. Are you not able to leave your room much? Possibly. She didn't notice that I'm always looking at her. Good. Yeah. I get tired real easy. I see. I'm not able to get very much exercise myself, but they told me when I'm feeling well enough for it, I should get up and walk around a bit so my leg muscles don't get weak. You have a problem with your legs? No, it's her heart. Yeah, there you go. No, with my heart. And they say that the legs are like a second heart. They play an important part in blood circulation. So if my leg muscles get too weak, it's bad for my health. You know how when a racehorse breaks a leg and winds up dying? Guess it's sort of like that. The pictures they use are really nice. Yeah, the actors in this game, they did really well with all of their shots. Even like in the main story, there are some really exaggerated shots. But like normally you would think, oh, that's bad acting. But oddly enough, their exaggerated shots like really fit in this game. So kudos to the actors and the camera people. Her tone was cheerful enough, as if she talked about this all the time, but the thought filled Takuya with sadness. So, he began. That's very cool. Yeah! Yes. Do you mind if I ask you your name? As he fumbled the words out, the girl broke into a beaming smile. That wonderful smile, the one until now he'd only seen from afar so many times. Suzune Endo. The Suzune is written with the characters for bell and sound, so like the chiming of bells. Suzune, the chiming of bells. It was a name that suited her soothing voice very perfectly. Suzune Endo, Suzune Endo. Takuya repeated the name to himself over and over. What's your name? Takuya. Takuya Kazama. Takuya Kazama, huh? That's a pretty cool name. Hell yeah. No, the one with the trees and the lighting. These ones always get me. They really suit the mood a lot. I guess it means tough guy or something. Not that I live up to that. The truth was that Takuya was always embarrassed to tell strangers his name. I don't know about that. You seem pretty cool to me, Takuya. So, how old are you? Takuya's heart sank. Only kids had to be told that they were cool. No, that's not true! What? I'm 14. What about you, Suzune? From afar, he hadn't realized how tall she was. Taller than him and probably older. I'm 17. He thought the difference would be less. 3 whole years apart, that's not a lot. Takuya's heart sank further. Now she seemed even more unattainable. Oh, okay, I see what's happening here. As he tried to think of a way to nonchalantly ask Suzune where her room was, he heard the slap-slap of sandals approaching. Oh, it's a kid. Suzune! A boy came running up. He was young, maybe in 1st grade or so. Hi, Ken. Long time no see. This is your brother? Takuya asked. No, he's in the room next to mine. Who's this? The boy clung possessively to Suzune's knee as he peered at Takuya. Ain't no way. This is a crazy love story if they both into her. This is Takuya Kazama. He's a patient, like us. Huh. Yeah, I got some candy. Wanna eat it? The boy tugged on Suzune's hand. Oh yeah. Alright then, Takuya. I'll see you later. Yeah. Later. Rip, bro. Later? Later when? Am I actually going to get to see her again? As Takuya watched the young boy drag Suzune back inside, he felt a bitter surge of resentment. He thought that he was finally getting the chance to talk to her would make him feel a lot better. But instead, he felt worse than he had back when all he could do was stare through the window. Don't fumble it, man. I believe in him. Yeah. Come on, I'm pretty sure the other one is just like, the other guy is just like a little kid whose like main friend is her because their rooms are next to each other. You're cool, dude. Takuya, you can still do this. The sunlit garden suddenly struck him as cold and desolate, so he trudged back inside, his muscles faintly shuddering with each step. You know, dude, you could ask a nurse what her room number is. I don't think it would be all that odd. Because Suzune is really friendly. He made his way back towards the elevator, to find the head nurse waiting in the corridor, glaring at him. He'd kept his head down and tried to slip past her, but she snapped at him as he drew near. What were you talking about with Miss Endo? Huh? Takuya blushed at the idea that she'd been watching them, but he soon realized she was being serious. You shouldn't get too close to that girl. Why not? He asked. She may not look it, but she's seriously ill. Neither of you has the ability to fend off a major infection, and we certainly don't want you to go catching anything. Oh, okay. They're both extremely serious illnesses and they don't want them. Okay, I get it. But that's kinda harsh, right? The nurse looked away as she spoke, rattling off the words. Uh-oh, the drama. Because of the nurse? But they let her go outside like that, right? Yes, that's true. But Takuya, why in the world did you go out? Did the doctor tell you to go for a walk? No. But I thought that since I was feeling pretty well and all... You expect me to believe that? You're shaking. Come on, let's get you back to bed. Aw, man. The nurse ushered Takuya into the elevator and escorted him back to his room. He was actually quite exhausted, so he quietly got back into bed. I don't know. Why can't the nurse just give him like a wheelchair and then push his wheelchair towards Suzune's room so they could talk without this drama? Nurse? Takuya called out to her as soon as she was leaving. Yes? Miss Endo. She's got a bad heart, doesn't she? Did she tell you that? For whatever reason, the head nurse seemed quite shocked that Suzune had shared this information. Yeah. What's she sick with? It's something very serious. That's why you ought to leave her alone. But... she's going to get better, right? Oh no. Takuya regretted the question the instant he asked it. The nurse's grim expression was answer enough. A sweet and cheerful girl like that had an incurable illness? For a while, Takuya couldn't believe it. After the nurse had left, he stared at the closed door in a daze. Oof. Yeah, she needs a specific heart transplant. Shit's rough. From that day on, Takuya kept up his vigilant watch on the courtyard, sneaking out of his room whenever he caught sight of Suzune. Bit by bit, the two of them began talking more. Sometimes she'd come out 2 days in a row, and sometimes he wouldn't see her for nearly a week at a time. Other times he'd wander the hospital corridors in search of her room, only to be intercepted and sent back to his own room by the head nurse. Aww! Suzune was quite popular. Oh god, this is gonna get really sad. Yeah, I feel it. Most especially the old men, old women, and young children at the hospital all seemed devoted to her. Because she's so, like, lively, she's lightening up the whole hospital. Even you, bro. Their faces lighting up whenever she was around. She was kind enough to listen to all their grumbling or trifling conversations. Takuya was equal parts impressed and baffled by her ability to relate to them. I could never put up with that sort of thing. More than anything, though, her popularity was frustrating. He would have much more time alone with her if all these people weren't always around. He felt like he was the last in a long line of supplicants waiting for her to grace him with a few moments of her time. But after she learned about Takuya's condition, perhaps out of some strange form of camaraderie, Suzune seemed to develop more of an interest in him. What's his condition? I know Suzune's is like a heart disease. Wilson's disease. Let me see what this means. A hepatolenticular degeneration, okay. A congenital, oh my god, I'm saying everything wrong. Abnormality of the liver cells in which the cell's ability to eliminate excess copper from the body is impaired, leading to copper accumulation in the liver, basal ganglia, corneas, and kidneys. The disease can cause difficulties with movement and neurological problems and often leads to further complications such as acute hepatitis and cirrhosis of the liver. Okay, I'm not super familiar with this, but that does sound extremely bad. I've never heard of it. Is it serious? Suzune's concerns seem entirely genuine. I like how their pajamas are changing too. For a brief moment, Takuya was almost happy about his rare and grave condition. No, bruh! But he couldn't say that, of course, so he just nodded. Yeah, if you look, you can kind of see that my eyes have turned kind of brown. Takuya pointed at one of his eyes to indicate the pale brown ring in his cornea. Abnormal buildup of copper can cause brownish rings to appear along the edge of the cornea. Huh. It's something you're born with, where copper builds up inside your body. I'd get really tired super easily, and when the doctors checked on me, it turned out I had hepatitis caused by Wilson's disease. My liver was already seriously damaged, and the only thing that'll fix it is a transplant. That's why I'm in here. But finding a compatible donor has been hard. Oh shit, they're in the same situation. They're both waiting for a compatible donor. Hi Chi, hi Blurneko. Welcome, welcome. We are just playing. Couldn't make it for your anniversary. No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Ta-da, I guess. It's alright. It was just a chill, like, it wasn't a big celebration. I just talked, and then I unveiled this chibi model. So don't worry about it. It was a difficult time anyway. It's the chibi model. Yeah! Are they gonna exchange organs? That's where I feel like it's going that way. Or if we're gonna go completely emotional, one of them is gonna die and then they're apparently a suitable donor for the other one. That would make no sense, actually. His liver is damaged, her heart is damaged. You're gonna exchange it, they're both still gonna be damaged. I think what's gonna happen is one of them is gonna die. Yeah. They would both be dead. True, true, true. I think one of them is gonna die, and then it'll turn out that they're a suitable donor, and then we're gonna have a bittersweet ending. That's what I think is gonna happen. But it's all good. Don't worry about it, Blurneko. And as you can see, you have a VIP badge now, because I don't really know if it does anything, but I gave it because you've always been a regular since, like, a very long time. So, hooray! Yay! Probably will be so sad, yeah. For a quick catch-up for Blurneko, since you've been watching this series the whole time. We're in Suzune's story. We're in the POV of a 14-year-old boy named Takuya Kazama, right? Takuya Kazama, almost called him Takuya Endo. And he has Wilson's disease, which has seriously damaged his liver. And now he's being friends with Suzune, who has that, I forgot her disease name, but her heart is damaged, right? And he's really interested in Suzune, and they're just bonding over their sicknesses at the moment. It must have been a bad summary, but that's how I would put it. I guess we're in the same boat. You need a transplant too, Suzune? Yeah, I'm still waiting. I have what's called delayed cardiomyopathy. Oh fuck, I can't say the word. Here it is though. Condition where the structural change in heart muscle cells causes the ventricle walls to become thin and distended. This decreases the heart function, and as the condition progresses, it can lead to heart failure, arrhythmia, and other issues. Victims of the disease have a high probability of a sudden death at a young age. At present, a heart transplant is the only cure for the disease. They've tried other forms of treatment, like limiting food and water intake for long periods, putting in an implanted defibrillator, and other things. Man, there's a lot of science going into these trivias, huh? Implanted defibrillator. Device implanted in the body delivers an electrical shock to a heart that has gone into cardiac arrest due to arrhythmia caused by ventricular fibrillation or ventricular tachycardia. These implants are effective defense against cardiac arrest, but when they're triggered, they can also cause intense pain in some patients due to the electrical energy involved. But it looks like a transplant is the only real solution. As a science nerd, I'm not complaining. Let's go. I'm just butchering the pronunciation. Delayed cardiomyopathy? Defibrillator? What are those? Oh yeah. To be fair, Takuya is 14 years old. He didn't understand all the vocabulary, but it sounded like her condition was even worse than his own. But the biggest problem, Suzune continued, is that there just aren't a lot of heart donors in Japan. And moreover, abruptly, she fell silent. It's her blood type. A look of loneliness crossed her face, and then she turned back to Takuya with a reassuring smile. You'll find a match soon, Takuya. Everything will be fine. And you'll find one too, Suzune. Isn't that right? Takuya felt like something was caught in his throat. It was hard to get the words out. Yeah, if I'm really lucky. Suzune hesitated before continuing. But even then, I doubt I'll be able to get the surgery. Her tone was so matter-of-fact. Why not? Takuya asked. Is it because of how strict? Oh no, my family doesn't have much money, so we can't afford to get surgery overseas. But it's alright. I don't really like the idea of being saved by some other poor brain-dead person's heart. I mean, that's what it comes down to, you know? Unless someone dies, I can't be saved. If I had to think of some family out there grieving over their loss, I wouldn't be able to be happy, even if it did mean I got better. Takuya had never thought about that. Just imagining part of some stranger's body getting put inside his own is more than scary enough. Still, if he had to choose between that and death, well, it wasn't even a contest. But if you don't get a transplant, then everybody dies. That's just how it is. For some of us, it just happens earlier than others. Dang! I'm already kind of teary. You can't just give up just like that, Takuya cried. I won't survive unless I get someone's liver. But if I'm lucky enough to actually get one, I'll be happy about it. The doctor told me that that people only give their organs in death because they want to. They want to save lives. That took a turn. Yeah, for real. I didn't expect it to take a turn so soon. I thought it would take a little longer. Suzune appeared flustered. I'm sorry. I know that's the way I should be thinking about it. I'm sure things will go well for you, Takuya. And they'll find a donor for you. So you shouldn't hesitate to get that surgery. By getting better, you'll be honoring the dead in a way. But she let out a sigh. That's not gonna happen for me. Why not? My blood type's really unique. I don't think a compatible donor is ever going to turn up. A unique blood type? Takuya stammered a little as he asked, "You mean like RH negative?" Suzune shook her head. "You probably never heard of it. It's called Bombay. Only a few dozen people have it in all of Japan. One of that handful of people would have to happen to go brain dead, and then they'd have to get a person in here before their heart stopped, and then the surgery itself would have to go well enough. That's too many coincidences to hope for, you know? If only there was a girl who we could murder to get her blood." Yeah, if only, right? Not like there was a girl in the main story, right? Takuya was too surprised to say anything at all. "I'm not about to live what's left of my life expecting that I'll win the lottery like that," Suzune said. "It's better to focus as best I can on what I can do." "On what you can do? What do you mean?" There are a lot of patients here like you and me who have been here for a very long time. Most of them are senior citizens whose family rarely comes to ever see them. And I kind of enjoy listening to older people talk. They've got plenty of interesting stories to tell. Yeah, about their lives, right? But more importantly, it brings smiles to their faces, having someone who will listen to them. Oh my god, my voice is cracking, so I'm starting to tear up. They tell me that for a little while, it's like they're young again. Like their pain has all gone away. And seeing them smile makes me happy too. I want to make friends with as many people as I can. To learn about as many people as possible. To learn about as many people as I can. I don't have a lot of time to wallow in my own misfortune. Aww. Takuya had assumed that unlike himself, Suzune was as cheerful as she seemed to be, because she had hoped that she'd get better. He had been suffering through his own illness and thought day in, day out about how unlucky he was to have been born with it. Though he hated to admit it, he'd long since discarded any hope that he'd find a donor that'll give him a successful transplant. Until he met Suzune, he lived every day cursing his fate. Their circumstances were so similar, so why were they so different? They get you really attached to these characters fast. Real. Suzune was like an angel. Takuya felt like a miserable excuse for a human being. "I have to spend a lot of time resting in bed," Suzune said, "so I read a lot. Novels, essays. Sometimes I try reading something more difficult, books on philosophy. I don't always understand a lot of it, but sometimes it just clicks, you know? And I read high school textbooks sometimes too. Well, except for math. I've given up on that. Understandable." Takuya didn't like reading. When he was in his room, he just watched TV. A lot of the time, only shows that were on were garbage, and he knew they were garbage while he was watching them. But there wasn't anything else that caught his interest. His motivation to study was non-existent, and he certainly didn't have any textbooks in his room. It wasn't like he was going to go on and live a full life, get a normal job, and have a normal family. So, what point was there in studying? That's what he'd always thought, at least. Am I just wrong? Man. This side story is super heavy. Oh my god, I got worried for the really long awkward pause for that save. Okay, but this doesn't look any much better. Halfway through her dinner, Suzune found that she'd lost her appetite. Her mood was bleak. Okay, that's why it was long. It swapped POV. Why did I have to get so high and mighty with Takuya like that? All I ever do is pretend to be the person I wish I was. In reality, all I do is worry about just when this heart of mine is gonna stop. I know it's normal to be afraid of dying. Is this whole game so sad, or did I just join in on a really sad part? You just joined in on a really sad part. This extra story is just really sad. Like, I think the whole game overall has a more hopeful and comedic route. It's just that this girl, for your context, since you don't know the game, this girl is the little sister of one of the main characters in the main game. And one of the main characters in the main game is her older brother, and he's like always worried about her. And she's part of the plot points, but she doesn't really appear herself in the story. She just gets mentioned, and then you see her in flashbacks, but you don't really see her. But she's alive. But this is like her POV. This is what was happening to her. Is a glimpse into her life, and it's really sad. It is what it is. I practice smiling for my father and my brother. I don't want them to see my fear. I was happy and a little bit shocked when I realized that my fake smiles actually worked. My smiles might have been forced, but the ones I got from those old men and women and all the little kids, those were real. Oh hey, Suzune. Hello, young lady. Everyone's so happy to see me. At some point, Suzune had realized she was no longer able to tell if her own smile was fake or not. She wasn't lying when she said that the smiles on other people's faces brought her joy. But every now and then, the loneliness returned. She wished she could tell someone how scared she was. Finally let herself shed the tears she'd held in for so long. But she'd never be able to do that either to her father or her brother. She didn't want them worrying about her any more than they already did. Oh no! Her pulse grew erratic. Her intense heartbeat hammered like the hoofbeats of a horse at a full gallop. An abnormal type of heartbeat. You'd say instead of the normal 2-beat lub-dub rhythm of a healthy heart consists of 3 beats resembling the sound of a galloping horse, indication of potential heart failure. No! A sensation she'd known since childhood. She then felt an intensely painful electrical shock course through her. Her implanted defibrillator had activated. After suffering through the pain for about 10 seconds, she felt her heartbeat stabilize. Dang. I'm alright. My heart's still pumping. But despite her relief, it was impossible not to think about how her time was drawing ever closer. Me after taking 3 cups of coffee? No! Rip Suzune. True. If you're in pain, just say so. It's okay to admit it. Is that the nurse? Ah, it is. With a start, Suzune looked up and saw a nurse in her doorway. She hadn't even noticed the door opening. Was it time to have her temperature taken again? She hurriedly put on the mask of a smile. Oh, no, I'm okay. It's all calmed down now. Your illness isn't a problem. Hiding it is. If you need a little comfort, just ask. Suzune was at a loss for words. It was dark outside, and with the lights in her room turned off, she couldn't get a good look at the nurse's face. The woman was tall and slender, and had a rather nice build. Was there a nurse like that in the staff in this ward? She couldn't remember. What are you talking about? Suzune felt her smile warp as she struggled to conceal a sudden upwelling of sorrow. You're facing your condition like an adult, but from your father's perspective, you're still his little girl. It's completely natural for your family to worry about you. This person knows who I am. That's pretty scary. It's a little scary, but she's saying what Suzune needs to hear, so I'll take what I can get. I'm not sure how, but she knows everything. Suzune let her mask fall. She looked down at her hands, balled tightly into fists, and she let the tears come. I want to be a strong person, but I can't do it. Everyone tells me what a strong and cheerful girl I am, but it's all a lie. The words spilled out as her emotions came rushing to the surface. I'm afraid of dying. I'm afraid of getting surgery. I'm even afraid to go on living. What scares me more than anything is that when night comes, I'm afraid every time I go to sleep that I might not wake up again. I thought that if I kept pretending I wasn't scared, that eventually I'd be able to fool myself. But that didn't happen. I'm the only one I can't fool. Ah, the man Kage needs to go comfort Suzune. Real. I think you're plenty strong. Huh? Everyone's afraid of death. That's why they try their hardest to look away from it. Why they try to forget during the day-to-day what's coming. But you face it every day. Face it head on. You're a stronger girl than you think. Everyone else probably underestimates your strength. The nurse looks like she's crying. like the way her eyes are, but like it's also kind of eerie because it looks like her entire eyes are black, right? It kind of looks kind of scary. The nurse's voice was smooth and soft. Her words flowed over to Suzune, washing away her darker emotions. That's why you shouldn't push yourself so hard. If you keep trying to face all your fears by yourself, then one day you might break. It's okay to let it out every now and then. Vent your frustrations. You're fighting so hard every day. There's nothing wrong with asking for a little help. She is so right. Oh my god, the nurse came over. Damn. So it's not a ghost. I'm sorry, I was thinking it might be a ghost. It might be a ghost of her mom or something, but it's an actual person. We're good, we're good. The nurse sat down on the bed and began to gently stroke Suzune's hair. If you're ever afraid to go to sleep, call for me anytime. I'm always here for you. I'll watch until you wake up in the morning. That should help, yes? Aw, I couldn't ask you to do that, is what Suzune meant to say. But the comforting warmth enveloped her stopped the words, gently carrying her towards sleep. It was a feeling that she'd nearly forgotten, like something from very long ago. But from when exactly? Probably when she was still like a baby or very, very young. When Suzune woke up the next morning, the nurse was gone, but she did not despair. If she ever needed her, the nurse would be there for her again. Of that, she was sure. Good morning, Miss Endo. The nurse who came to take her temperature was the usual one, not the one who'd been in there last night. Good morning. A natural smile came to Suzune's face. She felt deeply grateful that she'd gotten to live to see another day. That is extremely rough. Oh, music picking up again. The weather was nice, so after lunch, Suzune headed out to the courtyard. More than anyone else, she'd hoped to run into Takuya. She understood his outlook on the world the moment she learned of his condition. Plus, it was kind of cute, seeing how hard he tried to hide the way he felt. She knows! Oh my god! The fondness she felt for him was like that of a younger brother. At some point, she'd realized they had a special bond. There was a sense of solidarity, knowing they were both waiting on a transplant for an otherwise incurable disease. My god, she really went, he's just like me for real, for real. She wanted to say the things that she told him the other day before. That it was just her searching for an ideal, something to live up to. She wasn't philosophical, she wasn't enlightened. She just wanted to be honest about how hard it was every day. Surely he would understand. But Suzune didn't see Takuya in the courtyard that afternoon. She made small talk with other patients like she usually did, and headed back to her room. He's called Takuya and said, "Nah, it's okay, don't worry. I get names wrong all the time." I thought his last name was Takuya Endo, and then I realized Endo was her own last name. He's Takuya Kazama. Kazama, there you go. He didn't turn up the next day either, nor the day after that. She would look up his window from the courtyard, but she never saw him. Where was he? Oh no. Had his condition taken a turn for the worse? Was he no longer well enough to go outside? Suzune had never been to the second floor where his room was. She knew the first floor well enough that she could guess the layout well enough to avoid getting lost. With that in mind, she decided to pay Takuya a visit. She went up the second floor, walking slowly as she eyed the nameplates for the rooms along the courtyard side. There, right about where she expected it to be, she found it. Takuya Kazama. She'd been afraid that his nameplate had been removed. If it hadn't been there, that would have meant he'd been discharged. That his room had been swapped for some reason. Or else... I'm having a bad feeling about this though. The cheerful background music is gone. It's kinda ominous. As Suzune was about to knock, a voice called out from behind her. Miss Endo? She turned around to see an unfamiliar nurse standing there. Perhaps was she in charge of this ward, or had seen Suzune walking around before and that's how she knew her name? Yes? Suzune asked. Were you looking for Takuya? Yeah. I hadn't seen him in a while, so I was wondering. I'm sorry. Takuya wants to get out more than he does, but honestly, he's not in any shape to be moving around much. We're worried about infection as well, so we've limited his visitors. You probably shouldn't be wandering this far yourself. The nurse pointedly pulled on the sliding door to Takuya's room closed. If I could just see him real quick. No, the nurse snapped, and then hurriedly cleared her throat and spoke more softly. You wouldn't want his condition to get worse, would you? Suzune saw that she'd have to back down. She returned obediently to her own ward. What the fuck? This nurse is been preventing these two from meeting from the very beginning. What's wrong with you? Every other nurse seems pretty nice. She's like the type of person who's going like, yeah, it would be good for you, but it's more for your own good if you listen to me. Oh no, I know how to describe her. She's like Mother Gothel in Tangled, right? The lady who kidnapped Rapunzel. She sounds like that. Mother knows best. The nurse is the real villain, goddamn. For real. It's not even their illness. The nurse is just getting in the way. She just had a hard time accepting the fact that she couldn't visit Takuya. Does that nurse have some kind of grudge against me? Not only does she know my name and know about my condition, she must also know that I've been talking with Takuya in the courtyard. What, she's jealous? No, I'm kidding. Does she think I'm the reason his condition has gotten worse? Suzune knew that his health wasn't good as he might have claimed. And she felt a little guilty that she couldn't have been as considerate or as she perhaps should have. Man, I keep messing up the words. I'm so sorry. After that, whenever Suzune went out for a walk, she made it a point of swinging by Takuya's room, asking several nurses and doctors about his condition. They would always say that he was doing fine, but staunchly refused to let her see him. Is he maybe already... Suzune couldn't help but imagine the worst. Is everyone just working together to keep me in the dark? But why would they do that? Do they think I'm his girlfriend and they're trying to keep me from the shock of finding out or something? No, that was ridiculous. Besides, this was a hospital. Suzune knew full well that they didn't have time to put on some weird piece of theater after a patient had passed away. There must be some other reason. Some reason they don't want us to see each other. Willing to do whatever she could to discover that reason, Suzune tried changing the time of day she stopped by Takuya's room. Maybe, if nobody was watching, she'd be able to sneak a peek inside. If someone happened to be coming or going, she might even be able to get a look at his face. Suzune never imagined the way she'd finally wind up seeing him again. On that day, she'd been hiding in behind one of the heated meal carts used for delivering dinner to patients. She followed the orderlies as they brought the cart towards Takuya's room. They'd have to open his door in order to bring his tray inside. But before she reached his room, the door swung forcefully open, and a bed was swiftly pushed from inside. No! Doctors and nurses, their faces pale, ushered it along, pushing the meal cart out of the way as they raced down the corridor. Takuya laid in bed, his eyes closed, his face severely jaundiced. He didn't appear to be conscious. Takuya! Suzune cried out without thinking. One of the nurses glanced back at her briefly before disappearing from sight with the others as they brought the bed into the elevator. Oh my god. If they never be able to meet again, that'd be so fucked up. This is getting even worse. I think he's gonna die. Takuya. Suzune stood there dumbstruck, her eyes straight to the open door to his room. With shaky footsteps, she went inside. Takuya's room was largely the same as her own. There was a locker by the entrance, along with a small refrigerator. Over by the window was a TV stand. Next to that was a bookshelf, packed with books. She picked up one of the books atop the bedside table. It was a beginner's primer on topics such as organ transplantation and brain death. On the bookshelf were other more difficult-looking medical volumes, intended for experts. Takuya's been studying up on diseases? I wonder if he's been holed up in here reading these the whole time. Maybe he'd overdone it. Studying. That would be a cruel irony. Suzune prayed to a god that she had never before believed in. Please save him. Oh no! Is he actually... Oh no, Takuya. Takuya blearily opened his eyes. This wasn't his room. An artificial respirator was fitted over his nose and mouth. Several tubes ran between his body and a hemofiltration machine. Vinyl curtains enclosed the area around his bed. Maybe he's in the ICU. Okay, it's a machine that regulates electrolytes and removes waste products from the blood in lieu of kidneys, used to assist patients with decreased kidney function. Purifying the blood too quickly, however, can result in the collapse of the body's electrolyte balance, leading to headaches or muscle spasms. Shit, man. Yeah, he is in the ICU, intensive care unit. Several people bustled frantically about. The last thing Takuya remembered was being in his room. Was that minutes ago? Or had it been days? Excuse me. Could someone... Takuya paused. His voice didn't even sound like his own. Doctor, he's regained consciousness, a nurse announced. At that, the face of his attending physician, Dr. Saeki, suddenly came into view. He was wearing an operating mask. Dr. Saeki is also the attending physician of Suzune, right? I believe. Takuya, the doctor said, please hang in there. Takuya! It sounded like his father and mother were there, on the other side of the curtain. If the staff had called them here, did that mean he was on the brink? What day is it? What was that? The respirator was making Takuya's voice hard to understand. He struggled to form the words. Today. What day is it? It's April 5th. April 5th. There were still over 3 weeks to go until his 15th birthday. What was going on? It's too late to save me, isn't it? You mustn't say things like that. How much longer do I have? Will I make it another month? Saeki lowered his eyes. No guarantees then. Please, doctor. I just need 3 more weeks. Please do whatever you can to let me live for just 3 more weeks. I can't die yet. Dr. Saeki nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Is there something you can do? Please. I don't want to die yet. I haven't done anything yet. Please, just a little more time. My God, I'm tearing up, man. Does he need to be 15 to donate his heart? That's probably why he's trying to hold on. After all, that's what he's been reading up on, right? Organ transplants and diseases? He likely has to be 15. There's a life-prolonging procedure. Highly experimental. However, I don't care about the risks. I just don't want to die yet. There's something called an artificial liver system. Clinical trials have just only been concluded in Japan. What does this do? Although a liver dialysis machine can be thought of as sort of an artificial liver, an actual liver carries out much more complicated metabolic reactions that dialysis cannot completely replace. For this reason, biohybrid liver replacements combining mechanical functions with active live liver cells from pigs are currently under research, with clinical tests that have been conducted in the United States. The hope is that these bioartificial devices will someday be able to have to keep those with failed livers alive until the necessary transplants are available. That's so sad. Yeah. It's a device that uses cells harvested from pigs. If things go well, rather than just 3 weeks, it might be able to be possible to keep you alive until a donor turns up. The mention of pig cells was startling, but right now was no time to be squeamish. Please, doctor. If there's even the slightest chance, it's worth it. Oh boy. Maybe that's why the nurses and the doctors were so like, don't you dare check on Takuya. Because Takuya maybe started spouting things like, I'ma donate my heart. That maybe they were so concerned, maybe he was saying stuff like that. After Takuya was rushed to the ICU, Suzune went to check up on him every day, without regard for her own well-being. Day after day she visited, only to be told that he's still in an unconscious state. 3 weeks went by without a change. Then, one morning, while passing by the kitchenette on their way to the ICU, Suzune overheard some nurses talking. "Did you hear? Takuya's regained consciousness. For better or for worse, poor kid. He keeps saying that he doesn't want to die yet, that he wants to live. He's only, what, 14? The young nurse's voice was tearful. "Ah, Takuya!" Suzune felt a new kind of pain in her chest. "He's running out of time for a transplant. And with that rare blood type..." Rare blood type? Suzune stopped in her tracks and rushed back to the kitchenette. "Excuse me, what do you mean by rare blood type?" The moment she saw Suzune, the nurse clammed up and tried to slip away. "Please, hold on! That rare blood type! Is it Bombay?" Suzune shouted. The nurses exchanged an awkward look with one another. And though neither of them said anything, Suzune knew that she was right. Oh boy, here it is! I see Takuya's plan now. Takuya has Bombay blood too. This was a hospital with high-end facilities that drew patients with incurable diseases from all over the country, so maybe it wasn't such a remarkable coincidence. Transfusions for rare blood types such as Bombay were difficult to come by at a regional hospital. There were some advantages to having another such patient on hand nearby, but there were downsides too. Now the inexplicable behavior of the doctors and the nurses made sense. They'd been trying to keep Suzune and Takuya from discovering that the other had Bombay blood. It was unsettling enough to know that someone else with a blood type only possessed by a few dozen other people in all of Japan was hospitalized right alongside you. But when both of you were waiting for compatible donors in hope of receiving a transplant, that was enough to upset anyone's composure. Damn, the music's really good. Yeah. This is really setting the mood. How Miss Takuya must have felt when she told him that she had the Bombay blood as well. If I die, she could live. Something like that must have crossed his mind. The fact that he'd started studying up on transplants must have meant that he'd been thinking of something. What in the world was he thinking? If our positions were reversed, what would I have done? Suzune knew what she needed to do, and she headed for the ICU. She got there just as Dr. Sayaki, who was her own attending physician as well, emerged from inside. "Miss Endo." The doctor stopped, surprised. Suzune drew herself upright and looked at him right in the eye. "Doctor, please use my liver as a transplant for Takuya. You can perform a living liver transplant, right? If you need to take half or even 2/3 of it, then please, by all means." For a moment, Dr. Sayaki looked as if he'd taken a punch to the face. But soon his expression had resolved into a sad smile. "You heard about the blood?" Suzune nodded. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. A living liver transplant is dangerous enough for a healthy person. Someone in your condition would never be able to tolerate the surgery." "You can do it when my time comes then," Suzune said. "Regardless, Miss Endo, I can't carry out a living liver transplant between complete strangers. The law doesn't allow it. If the two of you got married, that would be a different story, but that's not possible either. Neither you or Takuya can legally marry until you're 18. Married? Suzune had never thought about such a thing. If marrying Takuya would make the surgery possible, she'd do whatever it took. But apparently, the law wasn't going to allow for that either. "Well, I don't care what the law says. If I'm the only person who can save Takuya, then please take my liver. Doctor, please. I'm afraid what you're asking simply can't be done. Donates kidney. Damn. You need to focus on your own condition and on getting better yourself. I'm beyond saving anyway though, right? So, please, I'm begging you. Takuya needs..." As Suzune grabbed hold of the doctor's gown, pleading, a sharp pain shot through her chest. The galloping heartbeat was back. No, her pulse had never been quite this erratic before. No, she's too emotional. Her mouth opened in closed reflexively. She was unable to breathe. Doctor, please. Yo, bro, you didn't even catch her. I'm sorry, that sort of made me laugh. This doctor didn't even catch her, bro. Just let her fall to the floor. Okay, then. An electrical shock went through her from the implanted defibrillator. The world faded as she slowly collapsed to the floor. Then why didn't the guy catch her? She was holding on to him. This is an emotional moment. I'm sorry. Suzune had a long dream. Her father was in that dream, and though Suzune couldn't clearly remember her face, her late mother was there too, trying desperately to save her. Entirely fair that Dr. goofed it real. And then there was Takuya. Takuya was smiling, a genuine smile. A smile that Suzune had never seen. Takuya's mouth was moving, but no sound came out. She tried to read his lips. Absolutely suck at doing that, I'm gonna be real. Thank you. Oh, it was arigato. Oh no. Thank you. Wait, what do you mean? Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. Suzune cried out as she woke. She was staring up at a familiar ceiling. She was back in her own room. She spotted her older brother Achi sleeping in a folding chair nearby. Wait, what the fuck? I can jump to her brother? This must be for the other extras. Achi. The word creaked raspily from her throat. Suzune? You awake? Her brother rose from the chair, then excitedly scampered out of the room. With a start, Suzune realized something was attached to her chest. She felt a peculiar sensation. 6 distinct tingles running from the center to the left side of her chest. Electrocardiograph electrodes. She followed the leads that ran from her chest to the monitor by her pillow and was surprised to see the waveform moving across it. It was her pulse. Oh no, Takuya is definitely dead. Yep, I am pretty sure he is. And amazingly, the rhythm was solid and strong. Nothing like the one she's been familiar with for so long. No, that's not my pulse. Suzune realized what she was seeing. She understood instinctively. This heart, it was Takuya's. No! Achi returned with Dr. Sayaki, who proceeded to check various monitoring devices by the bed, nodding and smiling with satisfaction. It's good to see you awake again. For now, there don't seem to be any signs of rejection. Of course, we'll need to be vigilant, but this new heart seems to be a good match for you, Miss Endo. It's Takuya's, isn't it? Please tell me it's not. I told you I wanted him to have my liver. Takuya was dead. If she had his heart now, there was no way he was still alive. Dr. Sayaki looked away, and for a while, he said nothing. When it comes to who your daughter is, I'm not at the liberty to say anything. You understand that, right? So instead, let me tell you how things went for Takuya in the end. No! It's pretty metaphorical in a way. His heart is with her. True. You two were friends. Boyfriend and girlfriend, maybe? Either way, you have a right to know about his passing. No! Takuya's passing. You know, it sucks because she never got to, like, the last time she talked to him was that whole thing, that whole shtick where she regretted, that she wanted to take back, right? She wanted to see him again to correct her words, but she never got to, and he died like that. No. Suzune had already imagined this much, but now she couldn't hold back the tears. Takuya is dead. He's dead. Dr. Sayaki went on. Takuya begged me to keep him alive just a little bit longer. His family agreed, so we proceeded at an artificial liver system, a treatment that's relatively untested here in Japan. For a while, his symptoms abated, and he even regained consciousness. The doctor took a breath. Whew. But it was already too late. He had lapsed into a coma due to acute liver failure, and then developed complications, a condition known as DIC, which causes clotting in the blood vessels throughout the body. Initially, we thought he might have hepatic encephalopathy, but a CT scan of the head revealed cerebral edema. He was declared brain dead 2 days after his birthday. But he made it! Oh, he was 15 years old. Dr. Sayaki gave her a significant look. Suzune wondered what that implied. He was insistent that he make it to 15, Sayaki continued. He said there was something he absolutely needed to do. On his birthday, he called for his family and told them, I want to register as an organ donor. Oh, this is some Your Lie in April stuff for real? Huh? Here in Japan, individuals under 15 years of age aren't allowed to give consent for organ donation. If Takuya had died before he turned 15, then his heart, all of his organs, rather, could not have been provided to a patient in need. And that was something he wished for very much. No, I'm crying. That's why my voice is stuttering. Takuya had been reading up and studying, and he learned that he needed to survive until he turned 15. And he asked for life-prolonging measures to be taken, so that he could register as a donor in order to give me his heart. And I don't know who it was, but apparently a surgeon was able to perform a transplant for a patient believed to be an ideal match for his heart. Evidently, this patient was also comatose and in an extremely dire state. But from what I hear, surgery seems to have gone quite well. Of course, I do not know the identity of the patient either. Oh, gonna tear up. This is so fucked. Yeah, already crying. I'm having a hard time reading it out loud. Suzune strained to move her right hand, setting it atop her chest. Underneath the layers of bandages, she could feel a heartbeat, steady and strong. Takuya's heart is beating within me. He left a letter for you. Oh my god, this is gonna be even harder to read. Haven't looked at what's inside, so I'm not sure what it says. Dr. Sayaki set a white envelope down at the bedside table and then left the room. Oh god, I don't think I can read it. Achi, read it to me. Oh fuck. She didn't feel strong enough to read it herself, but she didn't want to wait. You sure? Achi asked. Alright then. Let's see. Achi opened the envelope. I'm already so nervous. I'm not ready for it either. I'm starting to cry more. He slid the letter out and began to read. Sorry if it's hard for me to read too. It's a good day for rain. Yeah. Suzune. If you're reading this letter, that means everything has gone well. Congratulations. And also, thank you. My god, it's automatically progressing after read it. Ever since I became sick, no, even before then, hadn't known what it was like to be happy. I hated the world. I went through my whole life just thinking about how pointless my existence was and an excuse for a human being with no reason to live. What did it matter if I was here or not? Sun's up, why are there raindrops on my face? Real. I hated that I was going to die so young, but at the same time, it seemed pointless to try to live any longer. And then I met you. Ah, the flashback that comes with it! I fell in love with you. I love you, Susan. No! With all of my heart. No! With you in this world, I wanted to go on living a little longer. Because living would actually have some meaning. All of his heartbeat. Too real. When I found out that we had the same blood, I was shocked. It had to be fate. Right? Neither of us was going to be able to survive on our own. But if one of us sacrificed herself for the other one could go on living. And I wouldn't be able to bear any world without you in it, Suzune. The answer was clear. I want you to have my heart, Suzune. That's the best possible thing. For the both of us. No! I'm crying too much. You're probably a little sad knowing that I'm gone now. I'll be happy if that's the case. But will you please be happy for me now that my heart is inside you? That would make me even happier. Happier than anything. Thank you so much for taking my heart. It'll beat for you as hard as it can. I hope. I wish we could have talked more. If only it had been possible. I would have liked to have gone somewhere with you. But it's okay. This way, I get to be with you forever. I won't be lonely anymore now. Why, goodbye. I'm looking forward to our future together. Takuya Kazama. It hurts, it hurts. I can't even control the pace that we read this letter, so I'm just crying because it's just auto-playing. Machi's voice gradually grew more hoarse as he read. By the end, he was struggling not to weep. He's just like me for real. Damn it. Did it really have to be like this? Suzune was more astounded than she was sad. Of course she was upset that Takuya had died. She was glad that she was going to live. But above all, she was amazed by the fact that Takuya had cared for her as much as he had. That he'd fought so hard to prolong his life just to save hers. That moved her more deeply than anything she'd ever known. Maybe a young crush couldn't be called real love. But that didn't make it any less pure. The music making it sadder, failing not to weep, same. I full on crying. My voice has already changed, I'm sure. Thank you. Goodbye, and I'm looking forward to our future together. I think I gotta repeat it. No, the bench is empty now. Neither of them were around. No, I'm not emotionally strong enough. The bench is empty now because Suzune would get discharged and Takuya is gone. I'm not emotionally strong enough for this. I think after the credits play, I have to go, be right back, and blow my nose. I cried too hard. Oh my god. I cry easily. That's why. Sad moment, yeah. I cry easily when it comes to stuff like this. I'm no good with that. I can't process grief well. Release it all, yeah. I know, it's just, I'm fine. It was a good side story, yeah. I'm fine most of the time when it comes to sad stuff. Especially like if it's a game on stream, it's fine. I do cry, but it's fine usually if it's voiced. I struggle so bad if it's not voiced and I have to read it. It was very well made, yeah. Yeah. I believe this is not the first time I've struggled really hard to read the ending of something on stream. I believe the first time was... What was that? Was it Imposter Factory or was it To the Moon? It was one of those two. They were also very emotional and not voiced. It was nuts. Maybe Finding Paradise if it didn't crash my computer when I tried to stream it. Damn. Man, this music hits. Beautiful. Thank you, Suzune. I'm glad that Suzune will survive, right? But I feel bad for Takuya. And also his parents, right? His parents were there. Imagine how your parents feel like if you're Takuya's parents. Your son in the hospital all the time. And then when he's in the ICU, the first thing he says is, I need to live for 3 more weeks. And then when he lives for 3 more weeks, the next thing he says, I want to be an organ donor. How would it feel to be his parents then? We were just like outsiders of this. The end, yeah. The music makes me cry very easily, so it got to be so bad. Understandable. God damn it, Spike Tune's hot. Both for me, the music and the way the story can be possible in real life. Yeah, that's true actually. Heartbeat of Spring. Aww. That's the title of the achievement you get for it. Okay, 1 sec. I'm gonna be right back real quick just to blow my nose and compose myself for the next side story, which I hope is not gonna be sad. I think it's gonna be action, but we'll see, I guess. One moment. I'm not even gonna put up the be right back screen. It's just gonna be quick. We are so back. Okay, I have composed myself and I have blown my nose. The problem was the tissue's so far away. That's why I had to stand up to get it. Let's see here. What did I miss in the chat? Canaan Saberface next. Yeah, for real. Take your time. Thank you. Uchikoshi makes cool stuff. Zero Escape. This Somnium Files. Yeah, actually, I liked all of the games that Uchikoshi's made so far. Let me go pull up Uchikoshi's games. Okay, Canaan time. I wonder how long it will take for us to do Canaan. Because if it takes too long, I don't know how. I think we'll stop after doing that, and then like I'm just gonna be like doing the secret stuff on my own, I guess. But like, if this isn't too long, then we can still do the secret stuffs. Going from watching you play Limbus is quite a change. Yeah, it's a pretty different game. Limbus made me cry too, so maybe I could have seen it coming. Oh, understandable. I can see that happening. I'm sure Limbus is gonna be going extremely hard. I mean, I've read all the comments on the YouTube. Like, I didn't reply to all of them because there's so many, but I did see all the comments, and then they were saying that the story really picks up at Kanto 3. And I just finished Kanto 1. I think I only didn't cry in Kanto 1 because I took 2 hours in the dungeon. I took 2 hours in the dungeon, so I think that's the only reason why I didn't cry in Kanto 1. But I got goosebumps, like really, really bad goosebumps at the end of Kanto 1. Like throughout the entire ending song. So I feel like in later Kantos, I'm gonna start crying. Later chapters really fuck you up. Yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen. Alright. Canaan time. Saberface time. It's taking me out. The rest of the game is in real life, and then here we are with the people who are anime. Yuri, oh, for real. Solitary serpent. The snake that lost 8 of its 9 heads. In the Middle East, the snake is seen as an ill omen, and those who take it as their name are said to be both wicked and extremely cunning. Why is this going so fast? It's beyond my control. Suddenly anime. Yeah. Canaan? The anime? Yeah, this has an anime! Though Canaan is the sequel, right? In the anime. If I give in to sentimentality, I will have lost my light all over again. I don't know if this one is a teaser for the anime, or if this is just like outright a prequel. We'll find out. The blue sun rose into the sky. As the girl rushed through the airport, she was met with the intense light of the summery dawn. April 28th, 8:21 a.m., Singapore Changi Airport. Singapore? She let out a weary breath. The shaft of sunlight blazed across her face as she squinted her eyes against the glare. The night had been a long one, and she could feel the exhaustion taking hold. She wanted to stop and sink into one of the sofas at the airport lounge, but she didn't have time for that now. Oh my god, its voice! This must be a teaser for the anime. It's suddenly voiced in Japanese. Is it all a diversion? Who the hell does she think she is, just tossing people away like that? Okay. Nothing more than halva. What's halva? Known by other names, also including halawa, halawe, is a popular confection throughout the Arab world, typically made with ingredients such as sesame, apricots, grains kneaded together with sugar, and some type of oil or fat, said to have originated in ancient Mesopotamia. Oh, looks pretty good though. Muttering curses that seemed at odds with her young face, the young girl wove her way gracefully through the sea of travelers. Time was of the essence. She had her hidden back pocket were some dollar bills. Okay. The currency, yes. She was just going to have to acquire the gear she needed on site. It galled her to be so under-equipped. The only consolation was that at least she'd been able to arrange for a boarding pass in time. Canaan refocused instantly as an unfamiliar man addressed her in Arabic. Was he a thief or some more dangerous third party? This was a country where both one's money and one's life could easily be at risk. She had one way to find out what kind of threat she was dealing with. Her voice was sweet and girlishly soft. The man gasped. He hadn't been expecting this. They hadn't told him what he was really in for. The girl was the natural enemy of the serpent, a steely soldier in a proxy war. A professional freelancer who took any requests and always carried out her mission. A mere hour earlier, she'd taken out an armed syndicate 30 members strong. The red flowers of blood left in her wake testament to her rumored capabilities. The man was dumbstruck. What kind of twisted fairy tale was this? Girls who looked like with mercenaries who looked like sweet little girls.
Nani? 手配はできなかった？いや、搭乗は6番ゲートから。パスとチケットなら。分かってる。右のポケットでしょ。すごいな。渡されるまで気づかなかった。
His surprise shifted caution. With all of the bystanders around, it should have been easy to make a handoff without even the recipient ever noticing. He was proud of his skills, but she'd still seen right through him.
落ち込まなくていいよ。あなた、入り口で電話をしていた人でしょ。
Actually, I kind of like Kanan's voice. Pretty cute.
私はあなただって分かってたのに、渡されるまで気づかなかった。それってすごいことだ。私、あんまり人は尊敬しないんだけど。
Wow, she's impressed.
あなたには本当に感心してる。
She's known since the moment I arrived, he thought. She hadn't figured it out from his appearance, just intuited it somehow. She had also immediately sensed that he was ashamed, even though he'd kept his face perfectly blank. Wow, yeah, she's so cool.
一度も殺してないのに天敵っていうのはすごく皮肉だ。
First, the girl had acted deliberately blaze. Now she was being downright cynical. She's a little unstable. And totally adorable. Yo, this guy! He had to remind himself that this was her. How many soldiers must she have killed? How many battlefields had she survived? Hers was the life of a professional assassin. The fact that she had retained apparent normalcy in the midst of such disorder was more than a little unsettling. The man was astonished that this was the famed rival of the serpent. One did not strike at the snake without exceptional cunning and skill. Hence, the perfect camouflage. A mercenary in disguise of a child.
まあ、誤解でもないし、
The Mao immediately falling for her, for real. Can you imagine not even 5 minutes, like 3 minutes into meeting her, and it's like, oh shit, she's such a skilled assassin. She's so cute though. She's so cute though. Like, fellas, is it wrong if she's a professional assassin but she's hella cute? I thought the only voice acting in the game was Sakai was Suren. Yeah, I thought it was just a song. I didn't realize they were gonna put in the voice acting here. Okay. This was during the game. It's not the anime itself. Alright. Increase in cell activity. What do you mean by that? In order to avoid being compromised, anti-government organizations that carry out illegal activities, as well as terrorist groups, frequently organize themselves into smaller subgroups known as cells. Typically, only the leader of each cell knows how to contact the upper echelons. Thus, rank-and-file members who are exposed and arrested are incapable of leaking information. The name cell is taken from a biological structure. Okay. She's cute too on the IRL version, not gonna lie. Yeah, true. Canaan gritted her teeth. Her latest mission concluded just an hour ago. She'd been to meet with this armed group, the Serpent. That was fine. Everything had gone off splendidly, without a hitch. The job was even easier than she had imagined. There was no cost to get bent out of shape. But the info she'd gotten her hands on had done quite a number on her mood. The Serpent herself is on the move. Japan, Shibuya, Okashi Pharmaceutical, possible CIA involvement, presumed large-scale urban terrorism at work. The message had lifted the veil from her eyes. At long last, Alfred was out in the open, the head of the snake exposed. What perfect opportunity to cut it off. But of all places to set the stage, Japan? CIA involvement could pose a problem. She wouldn't be surprised if the Serpent had already coiled itself around the Americans. When it came to the Serpent, not even the US government could be trusted to keep itself free of its influence. And the target was Okashi Pharmaceutical. If that wasn't a sign, she didn't know what was. Was that just a coincidence? No, Allah was Al-Qadir, all-powerful. Yet the girl frowned in disappointment. What would he have to go so far to pen such a perfect tale? What need would he have? Oh my god. My brain is like mixing up all the words already. Is this like dyslexia? She had thought that such grand acts of fate were a relic of the distant past. But she could sense its hand in these events. She'd hurried to get the intel confirmed at once and quickly arranged a flight to Japan. Maybe she was a freelancer, not aligned with any particular organization. But she still had connections. She had many tools in her arsenal. People were often the most convenient. If they excelled at what they did, so much the better. Many individuals sought to curry her favor. Sympathizers like the man who made the handoff here, who would intervene on her behalf. Okay. Hang on. I think that's a bot. Let me just bonk it. Let me figure out. Wait, I'm on the wrong page to do that. Wait. Nyanya, wait. Let me get that bot bonkered. Let me hit that. There you go. I did it, right? It's gone. Yay! Okay, we're safe. Time to watch Canaan after that? Yeah, for real though. When I get the time, I would definitely go watch Canaan. I don't know, I'm super into this, like, this universe and its lore after all. Alright, so thank you, she says. Anything else you need to do? You need to tell me before I go. A wakil? Ah.
無駄足にならないよう祈っているとも。思いのほか、ラフィーク・カナンは我らのアニールから高い信頼と敬愛を受けている。
These are words that I'm not familiar with.
痛み分けでいいそうだ。
Alright. Hope you don't fail. At least go down fighting if you do. She sighed. Go down fighting. So it's okay to die as long as I take the target down with me. The man thought of nothing but his honor, his pride. No reconciliation, no negotiation, no submission. 3 tenets that mattered more than preventing bloodshed. Whatever designs these two organizations had on each other were of no concern to her. Even so... A third time? were the past 2 times faked? Like, why would you have died 3 times? For once, her client's wishes aligned perfectly with her own. Her flaxen hair trailed behind her as she went to board her plane. She didn't look back. The hell do you mean 3 times? This is even more than Sekiro. Shadows die twice. No, I'm kidding. It's all pretty intriguing. Yeah, some of the jargon's going over my head, but it's cool to see her POV while the whole thing was going down. The flight from Singapore to Japan was roughly 7 hours. The Serpent had surely anticipated that her enemy would pursue her there. In all likelihood, there would be a minimal window between Canaan's arrival in Japan and the Serpent's plan coming to fruition. Her voice is so cute. It's so light, it's nice to listen to. The Serpent wouldn't be so clumsy as to let someone from back home in the Middle East, especially a foe like Canaan, find out about this by accident. If she'd let the plan leak, that meant it suited her purposes somehow. It would seem she wanted to entice Canaan to risk hope before trampling her underfoot. You won't lay a finger on me. The voice sneered at her, a backstage murmur in her mind. She dealt with the enemy's diversion, learned of the plan in just the nick of time, and rushed off to Japan without a second's hesitation. Japan was where this would all be decided. If she didn't do battle with the Serpent, she would lose yet another close friend. Had the Serpent engineered this situation simply to torment her? Ayo? She spoke to herself to calm her gnawing impatience. It's the time it took to write Shibuya and the time it took to write Alfred were nearly the same, but the youthful and complex nature of Shibuya City won out. Her instincts were something akin to fortune-telling, a tendency to reimagine the world around her in a way that was neither wishful thinking nor sour grapes. She had a sense of conviction that hovered near the truth. But she knew she couldn't let herself be optimistic. The Serpent possessed a powerful venom. It was possible that, even if Alfred's plan were foiled, the life Canaan hoped to save would still be lost. Truly, there was no time to spare. Crushing the fringe group in Singapore had gone more quickly than she anticipated. She planned on obliterating them at the break of dawn, but she had been struck by a sudden familiar sense of urgency and had acted an hour ahead of schedule. That change of plans had led to this. She had obtained intel just slightly earlier than Alfred might have anticipated, and put speed above all else in arranging the trip to Japan. Now, she could only hope that the single hour she'd bought herself would be enough to save her friend's life.
Maria.
She's flashbacking. And, ayo, I'm here. Nice to meet you. Another Chi was recommended by Arkwin. Oh, hello, Chinyan, VT. Oh, you're also a VTuber. You're also Chi. You're also Nyan. Oh my god. Hello, Chi. Let's go. It's nice to meet you, Chi. I am Chi. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your time here. Now we too, Chi. Yeah, for real. What the hell? The coincidence is insane. Let's go. Hello, hello. Welcome. Right now, we're playing side stories in this game. Is our final stream of this game, the Nyan 2. Yeah. And we're on the side story of Canaan. This is what she was doing during the game's events. Maria. A warm red flooded her mind. They'd met 2 years ago. She remembered the day as an ordinary one. An unassuming tourist was getting hassled by some sort of guys who caused trouble all over the world. Canaan's stash of her favorite snack had just run out and left her in an irritable mood. Maybe that's why she stopped at the sight of the scuffle. Not that she had any interest in helping. The men just gave off an eyesore of a color and their scent was far too noisy. And she wanted to be rid of them. Chi and Chi, this might get a bit confusing. Understandable. You Chi, I'm Chi, all Chi, yay. It's gonna get confusing. It's gonna sound like I'm speaking in third person. Shukran Jazilan? Said the grateful tourist. Her hand outstretched. I think I completely messed up the pronunciation. She asked if Canaan would be her guide, which Canaan tried to ignore, but the young woman persisted. The girl was a person raised in peace, from a peaceful country. Canaan wasn't the kind to hold that against her or to rail against the unfairness of the world. It didn't mean she wanted to put up with it either. A Yabaniya, like her, was practically a different species. How could they even understand each other? Canaan was closer to an animal herself, and while respectable people didn't get close to animals that were still untamed. Humans had overcome their feral side. They had become creatures of intellect. When such intellect was fostered over the years, the benefits were clear. And yet... Oh, so that's Maria's voice. Okay. This tourist approached her, oblivious. Canaan could recall the warm color from that moment. It still triggered her memories. It was a pleasant color, one that she'd been touched by before. The tourist Maria was not so remarkable to draw the eye. Nothing about her seemed especially worthy of admiration. There was just something special about the wholesome smile she offered to the dangerous creature she should have never approached. Very spontaneous, aren't you? You smiled. Canaan smiled. There was something powerful about people who couldn't get a read on their own situation. It was the first time she'd smiled earnestly in a long while. The first time she'd lost her light a second time. Since she'd lost her light a second time. Okay. One eye and two eye. If this Canaan arc is long, maybe it's the actual anime story itself. Hopefully not. No, I don't think so. Because I believe this is happening at the same time as the main story of the game. The Canaan arc itself of the anime is a sequel. So it happens years after, I believe. I did check. Since we already got the true ending, I did check on my anime list. The Canaan anime sequel happens, I believe, a few years later in another country. It's not in Japan. I forgot which country it was. Maybe it was Singapore. I don't know. It was in another country. And then Maria is still involved, but now she's like a photographer and stuff. So yeah, it's a completely different plot. So we're all good. Philippines? Oh god, it's so over. Philippines is where you go when you're gonna need like another new whole new identity. Like fun fact, if you want a completely new identity, you want to disappear off the grid, you want to shake people off, it's the Philippines. Like there's so many places in the Philippines where you can get like fake identity papers. It even happened in Jason Bourne, right? Jason Bourne went to the Philippines and they couldn't fucking find him anymore. It also happened in that Psycho-Pass game. It's like the stereotype in media now. You want to disappear? Just show up in the Philippines. No one will ever find you. This country is where the peoples hide real. It would still be several hours before the plane landed in Japan. She did her best to ease her inner tension, to let herself rest in preparation for combat. Her orders were simple. Save her friend, capture the serpent. The objective was the same as it had been before. That summer, 4 years ago, when she'd gotten the tattoo on her left arm. That very long day, when she'd been reborn as the Canaan she was now. I guess this is gonna be majority like flashbacks. Considering that she's just on a 7-hour flight, I don't think there's anything she can do about it. It's just gonna be a bunch of flashbacks so we get an idea of her character arc and what happened to her before. The Mao didn't even know about that. Yeah. That's the stereotype of the Philippines in media. The place you want to disappear in. Simply start a new life. Well, this music's pretty nice. The rumbling of a diesel engine sounded in her ears. The color that went with the sound indicated that the engine was running well. Cat jam? Yeah. The interior of the compartment was rife with the smell of Ramel, F-sand. A dangerous blue, a gentle red, a painful yellow. Oh, it has vocals. Those, the colors of many people aboard the train, as it chugged along. The train had set out from Al-Haditha, northwest of Baghdad. After a long journey of 300 kilometers, it was approaching the Jordan border. At the front of the train was an antique diesel locomotive. This was followed by first-class carriages coach class carriages, and also several of the women-only carriages unique to the Middle East. It was such a long train, It was a long train, though not exceptionally so. Okay. Women-only carriages in some Islamic countries where men and women are prohibited from sitting together for religious reasons. Women-only train cars are common. Depending on the country, sexual segregation may be strict as to apply even to their children. Sometimes even young boys must separate from their mothers in order to ride in men-only carriages. Oh. I believe Japan also has something like that, women-only carriages. It was remarkable that there was a line running between Iraq and Jordan. Traffic between the two countries, especially via railway, had been drastically reduced as a result of war. Many of the lines had long since fallen into disuse. But now that the West was working towards the reconstruction and stabilization of Iraq, Japan had helped plan a railway between Iraq and Jordan and had laid down a temporary rail line. The train's final stop was not on the border, but 300 kilometers beyond it, in Amman, the Jordanian capital. This trip would be a turning point. Sundown would see the venerable old train service coming to an end. The compartment where Canaan rode was boisterous with noise and human energy. Wind and sound of chugging wheels rushed together in through windows with no glass. As the only rail service currently linking Iraq and Jordan, the new line drew passengers from all walks of life. A freelance journalist returning from Baghdad, an Indian peddler carrying a piece of luggage larger than himself, a group of women who appeared to be some members of some Scandinavian NGO. No one seemed bothered by the clamor. The passengers shouted and prattled on as they pleased. Hey, what the hell is this? Why did it become like blobs? Various sounds, miscellaneous colors, profuse scents, myriad textures, manifold flavors. All of these sensations mixed together as if in a stew pot, and Canaan gulped them down. Is this how she sees them? Yet the stimulation they provided was weak. Any Filipino passenger? And so she reached into her pocket for a dose of her favorite pick-me-up, crunching it between her teeth. Canaan was in a foul mood. She was on the train to do a job, but nothing has happened for 3 hours now. So far, the journey had proceeded without incident, and she had no opportunity to act. Sham, the man she called Sharik, had assigned her this mission. They were traveling together. Theirs was a rare team. No longer were they Mudarib and Mutadarib, master and student, okay. They were partners now. Still, this was a complete letdown. The atmosphere on the train set her on edge. Despite the instability of present-day Iraq, there were no soldiers aboard, only several policemen. Supposedly, this limitation of military presence was all out of concern for the complicated political situation. But she couldn't help but wonder if there was more concern about saving money on soldiers' pay. Major powers touted peace while enforcing virtue when they could be bothered. This railway was just one more example of their dubious policies, supposedly established to help foster interpersonal exchange and economic revitalization. It had originally been used for military transport until public travel was more useful for somebody's agenda.
善意の国際協力ってものが本当にあるなんて思ってもみなかった。これの持ち主はよっぽど平和で幸せなんだな。
Dang.
ひねくれているな。善意の第三者は信用ならないか。
Why does her buddy sound familiar? I feel like I know this being. Too peaceful, it'll never be like that. I have a bad feeling that something's gonna happen. I mean, she did say she was on this for a job.
そういうのが相手なら仕事はいつも楽だろうなと思っただけ。嫌ってるわけじゃない。
Or he might die, right? She did say since she lost her life.
結構襟好みがないのはいいことだ。だが善意と私欲どちらが組みやすいかは仕事の内容。
That's what I think is gonna happen. I could be wrong.
善意には損得がない分人間らしい交渉が通じない。それはそれで厄介だぞ。
Virtue, Canaan sniffed. Virtue was just another name individuals gave to their own biased sense of justice. A rigid, fanatical concept subject to any number of arbitrary beliefs. One man's virtue was another man's depravity. Just like Limbus told us, for real, for real. I listened to Lament again. Another sad story, ain't no way. In Hell We Live Lament. I listened to it again. I remember I listened to it when it got released. Like, it got released April? I don't remember when. But like, I listened to that song when it got released, and then after playing Canto 1 of Limbus, I feel like I got a lot more context into it. And I was like, I'm starting to see some references. The very idea made her think of those interminable meetings between political factions. People puffed themselves up as wise and sat at the conference table without the slightest interest in the other side's values. To them, all that mattered was what they had already decided was good and right. Okay.
どうすれば利益が出るのか、どうすれば生き残れるか分かってるのに、目先のお金には転ばないってこと？もっと派手に人生そのものをつまずき続ける？
客観的に見れば
It's pretty difficult to see how Lament relates to Limba's story, but yeah, the further the story goes, the better we understand it. Yeah, like, I think Lament by itself has a pretty, like, you can still sort of derive a meaning from Lament by itself. Especially when it comes in with the super direct line of, like, somebody's heaven could be the source of my torment. That's one of the lines that helps you, like, really drive a meaning from it, even if you don't really know Limbus. But I don't know, what I meant by, like, when I did Canto 1, I'm starting to see a little bit more. I mean, like, because now I understand that the main character, Dante, has a clock head and he can rewind time and bring back the sinners, right? Like, I'm sorry, this is going into, like, crazy off topic, but, like, yeah, because of that, I started to understand, like, the clock lyrics, you know, the tick-tock, and rewinding time and stuff. Yeah, the line fits very with the world very well. Yeah. That's when I started to understand a little bit more about Lament, but I'm like, yeah, I don't completely understand it yet, though. There's still a lot I need to know.
安酒のようなものだ。それは手に入れやすく悪酔いしやすい。泥酔している人間に話し合いは期待できない。説得するより先にまず荒ごとで酒を抜かなきゃならん。
Wow.
例えば眉間を秒速で打ち抜いて。
That's very literal. If the brain's strong, oh my gosh. You'll understand more of it later for sure. Let's go. The man named Sham curled up the corners of his mouth. Though he wasn't a fundamentalist Muslim, he still detested alcohol as a tool of the devil. But his use of booze as a metaphor was now inspired less by his inner demons than his unique sense of humor.
もう笑わない方がいいって言ったのに、シャム笑うと顔が怖いんだ。
Rip Sham. Harsh, yes, but it needed to be said. Sham's smile was a rare bird newly come to roost. The two had known each other for several years now. Back in the day, she had never known him to smile. As a change of habit, it felt unsettlingly like a sort of surprise attack. Bro, Rip Sham can't smile or else he looks creepy to her. Canaan herself was equally guilty of a rare display. Her own sour expression had completely turned around. The only time she expressed human-like joy was when she and Sham were alone together. Her name was Canaan. Trained by Sham, a veteran mercenary, she had only just turned 14 years old. If someone told me I look creepy when smiling, I would disintegrate. Yeah, same. Because, like, can you imagine all the times when you could smile and it's like you're trying to be friendly and then you smile and then they're like, oh my god, you're creepy. I would fade away. I would like hide in my room and never talk to them again. Canaan was not her real name, but a nickname given to her 2 years prior. Hers was a familiar story, that of a child that had lost her parents and her village to the ravages of war. Unlike most who shared such a beginning, however, she had 2 major strokes of luck. Wait, actually, speaking of being called creepy when you smile, like, I'm just another commercial break from Canaan, I'm sorry. I tried watching the first episode of, like, an anime adaptation on Netflix of Lookism. I think that's like a Korean manhwa on... I don't really know. Like, I tried to Google it, and it turned out to be some sort of martial arts fighting manhwa, which just jump scared me. But in the first episode, like, the TLDR is that the main character is a guy. He's short, he's fat, and then people bully him for that. and then he moves schools, so it's in a new town, and then he's like, this is where my new life begins. And then he sees a girl. He bumps into her by accident because she wasn't looking. She was looking at her phone, and he also wasn't really paying attention. He was trying to look at the directions. And then they bump into each other, and he expected to get bullied again, like his old town, but he didn't. The girl was nice. She was like, oh, I'm so sorry, I was looking at my phone, like a decent person would. And then he smiled. He was like, oh, it's okay. And then he smiled, and then the girl got creeped out. I just suddenly remembered that, and I'm like, ain't no way. Memories haunt me. I haven't watched past the first episode of that because I was so flabbergasted that it's actually a martial arts thing. God, poor guy. Yeah, I kind of felt bad for him. Like, yeah, it didn't turn out like. Later on in the convo, I think he did become a little bit weird. Like, he just started randomly laughing to himself. Like, it turned out awkwardly at the end, but like the fact that she cringed when he smiled, like he was genuinely just trying to smile. I was like, I felt that in my soul. Poor guy. The first was the ability she had been born with. The second was that she had met someone who had taught her how to foster that ability. Right, back to Canaan. As a girl orphaned by war, she had almost inevitably taken up arms. Making herself useful to the powers that surrounded her had been the only way to survive. The only people she could depend on, the only ones who gave her anything, were them. The moment she didn't meet their expectations, she would go back to being a mere orphan. And so this girl, a victim of war, fell under the protection of warmongers and was trained to be one of their soldiers. But then, she was picked up by a man, Sham, who freed her of those who had robbed her of her past. He had no ideology. He was unlike the others she had known in her broken world. The wandering people who had formed a new nation in their promised land. The ones who had driven out, now wanderers themselves, who styled themselves liberators. Sham was a mercenary who had been hired by those would-be liberators, but he paid no heed to the ideologies of either side. He was a soldier who lived to fight, knowing he was unlikely to see the conflict's end during his lifetime. Canaan didn't know how long Sham had been working as a mercenary. By the time she wound up in his care, he was already a veteran worthy of her confidence. He told her that he'd been kicked out of the army and that he preferred solo missions where he could focus on his objective without worrying about his fellow operatives. In that sense, he was something closer to an agent provocateur than an ordinary mercenary. Sham was well aware of his distinct style and position. He sometimes revealed a hint of shame at the fact that the assignments he were given were not official missions, muhima, but instead were referred to as jobs, iamal. Still, he was known as a valuable asset on the liberation front. They were a guerrilla organization facing off against superior Israeli forces. A lone mercenary who could carry out major operations by himself, he had fit in very well with the guerrilla's strategy. The fact that he was disposable if and when the time came was also quite appealing. And Canaan, once Sham took her in, had grown not as a soldier, but as a specialized covert operative. That was her good fortune. The orphan's talents weren't particularly well suited as acting a part of a unit. She was far better at being a solo diversionist, acting against the enemy organization. And so, she had ceased to be a soldier, instead training as a diversionist. She fulfilled her new role adeptly. Sham and Canaan, they worked together in concert as secret agents infiltrating, gathering intel, conducting sabotage. She'd learned to operate without backup. Typically, one of the duo would sneak into the enemy territory alone, while the other acted in a logistics or liaison role. Here and now, however, their objective aboard this train, responding to an urgent request from their employer, the two were working together as a team.
でも、列車で輸送するってそんなに大きなものなの？今回のは。
いや、物自体は個人で所有できる大きさらしい。中身は俺たちの管轄ではない。事実としてそれがあるかないかの確認が先だ。
So is it really okay for us to just be sitting here peacefully?
なんだ、それならもう終わりだ。私とシャムで見て回ったんだから間違いないよ。この列車は外れ。どこをどう見ても普通の車両だし、おかしな手触りもないし。輸送の予定が1日ずれたか。 こっちの動きが漏れたか。そもそも初めからそんな計画はなかったってとこじゃない？
Feel.
いや、今回の情報に限って空振りはない。
Well, she did say she has strong instinct. They'd received the intelligence just 2 days prior. Even by their own fast-moving standards, this job was inordinately rushed. Member of American military deployed in Iraq has contacted a Mossad agent. Indications suggest plan to deliver hand over weapon. The Israeli Institute for Intelligence and Special Operations, Mossad, conducts foreign intelligence gathering and counter-terrorist operations along with covert infiltration and the like. It is one of the main arms of the Israeli intelligence community, along with the entities such as the Shabak, Israel's security agency, which handles the domestic counterintelligence. Historically, the director of the Mossad has acted again as the governing chairperson of these agencies. Mossad is regarded as one of the premier intelligence agencies in the world. Okay. Board Iraq Jordan Railway and gather intel. Recover payload if possible. Destroy if not. Weapon to be transferred, enemy escort, and loadout all unknown. No logistical support will be provided during operation. Okay. It was uncertain why the enemy had chosen to move the mystery weapon along such a dangerous overland route, but the information came from a source that both Sham and the Liberation Front trusted absolutely. And the source had made it clear that the enemy forces were in a hurry to transfer this unknown new weapon. This was a tip that the Liberation Front could not overlook, and they directed Sham to act immediately. The situation was somewhat delicate because the enemy had decided to use a train that crossed the border as their means of transport. Given the tenuous political balance in the region, the Liberation Front could not risk open military action targeting an international train running from Iraq to Jordan. Political pressure from Israel and the US might have led to the Jordanian government to give tacit consent to the weapons transfer. But if the freedom fighters intervene on a large scale, this would surely invite a military response. Worst case, things might spiral out of control and trigger yet another full-scale war in the Middle East. Thus, the job at hand required the most secrecy. The enemy would disavow involvement in any clandestine transport, and those who moved against them would be similarly able to deny any involvement. Stopping and destroying the secret payload was a job for covert agents. And so, Sham and Canaan had hurriedly boarded the train where they'd been spending their time staring out the window. I like the sunset in the background though. 4 hours had passed without any incident aboard. Now they were arriving at the halfway point in their journey, the Jordanian border. Halfway point, huh? So they got like 4 more hours, give or take. I think the action will start coming in at night, maybe. Oh, no, sunset it is. There, abruptly, things began to change. Without warning, the train, which had hitherto seemed like a promise of safe passage, grew thick with the dangerous scent of an escort convoy. It's happening mid-journey too.
レール幅の問題だ。これまでレールはスタンダードゲージだが、ここからはロシアの援助で敷設された幅1524ミリのブロードゲージ。
There's a difference? Wait, standard gauge. Railway track with 1435 mm, so 4 feet 8.5 inches space between the rails. And then the other one is the broad gauge with... Okay, yeah, it's much bigger, so they gotta adjust. Okay, changing the wheels. Got you. Is this when it all goes down? The wheel exchange made for an extended delay. Each car in turn had to be removed from its couplings, then each car was loaded onto a lift and refitted for the broad gauge tracks.
ダイヤの遅延に文句を言うほど裕福な乗客はいないさ。荷物を改められるわけだ。列車も乗客も無事目的地に着けるのならそれでいい。そう。確かにいちいち文句を言うほど余裕はないね。That makes sense. Changing wheels, Pog. Canaan sensed that there was more going on than just the switching over of the train's wheels. The train was being expanded. A freight car, clearly meant to carry goods of higher quality, was being added, sandwiched between a new pair of passenger cars. A total of 3 new cars were added. The only passengers in the 2 compartments surrounding the freight car were armed soldiers. 青一色だ。1車両に7人。合わせて14人。
Shade of blue. I guess she does see people in the blobs we saw. They were sensing a complex plan unfold, one that might be traceable after the fact, but might be impossible to stop while it was in motion. They now faced a significant force of enemies that might have to neutralize using only the firepower they had on their persons. They added the thing they're looking for. Yeah. Thanks for making it obvious, guys. They made it obvious, but there's so many soldiers and there's only 2 of them. I see the problem. Based on the orders Sham received, there was 0 chance they'd receive any backup. And if they're here, the freight car. Okay. If this cargo here in the middle that we keep looking at is the thing they added, it's so obvious. The freight car transfer cast everything into doubt. Everything seemed to confirm that there was indeed a weapons delivery taking place, but recovering the payload was going to be more difficult than anticipated. How the hell did they prepare this in the middle of nowhere? They prepared this in the middle of nowhere, man. Did they just have it lying around? The train transfer process finished without a hitch. The other passengers paid it little heed. Evidently, they were accustomed to this sort of delay. Okay, this is a rough spot. I can see why this goes wrong though if they... What a sneaky operation, a huge gray boxcar in the middle of passenger cars. Yeah, and then they added it in the middle of nowhere. Like, there's no train station, no civilization. It just showed up out of nowhere. Yeah, I think nothing suspicious is happening, right? Like, definitely not suspicious. At last, the train left the border behind. There were no planned stops between the frontier and Amman. Just a big sus. Canaan and Sham needed to complete the job. Real! Before the train arrived in Amman, which meant within the next 4 hours. The odds were 2 against 14. A difference in power so great, it seemed absurd to even consider it a plan of attack. What is Semtex? Ah, plastic explosive, okay. Oh, it's similar to the C4 that we saw in the main story. Man, unfortunately, annihilation is not their job, okay. They checked the cars pretty thoroughly before they departed. Sneaking something aboard the freight car would have been close to impossible. What are we doing then, Shan? Oh! We have a third? Canaan was shocked. She felt an unfamiliar kind of fear. As far as she had known, Sham had never teamed up with anyone but her. As soon as the stranger spoke, Canaan saw Sham's color shift to pale. A pale blue, a bad sign. Could this be Alfred? Yo, they got backup. I'm not gonna lie, if this is Alfred, this is actually bad. Wait, I can't tell because it's an anime. Is that why they put it in anime? Because if it was actual people, I would have been able to, go like, oh shit, it's Alfred! We're in danger, they're gonna fucking die! Like, because I know Alfred is a bad guy. Let's see. Her voice was low. Muscles in her arms were taut like corded rope. But I can't recognize her because she's in, like, Fate art style.
He's not real. Canaan's eyes, her visage was a complex meld of shifting colors. It went without saying. This was their sole reinforcement, their third teammate. Being asked to share a seat will look like that. Hell no. Bro, she came up and went like, "Can I sit with you?" And then it didn't even wait for them to reply. "Can I sit with you?" It's like a horror doll or something that just keeps repeating the same thing. "Can I sit with you? Can I sit with you? Can I sit with..." Okay! Sit with us! Canaan sighed. Ah, hell no. She's the one who provided the intel. Okay. But she did get up in her seat and sit next to Sham. She'd do as he asked, although she didn't trust this woman. She didn't like the way he said, "old friend." It brought up all her natural cynicism. No, I think she's still very sus.
Sham, この子がお前のバックアップか?
いや、今回俺はダーファフだ。こいつはシナーン向けだな。腕は水準以上だが、村っ気の前に相手がいないと目を覚まさないのでは、守りは任せられない。
それは。まだ訓練中というわけか。
Canaan having none of this disrespect. Yeah, for real. She looks so smug. The woman regarded Canaan with a cold gaze. She gave the impression of a snake trying to sense the body temperature of potential prey. This might be Alfred.
可愛いじゃないか。で、その左手は人並みに動くのか。訓練途中のお嬢さんは体の管理もできない半人前。
Canaan glared sidelong at the woman. She wasn't offended by the remark itself. The fact was that her left arm was still in pain. What unsettled her was that the woman's powers of perception was able to detect Canaan's injury through a heavy cloak that she wore.
動くよ。少しすりむいただけ。そう。
Smugness similar to Alfred? Yeah, real.
傷をつけたのは列車に乗る前か乗った後。それでお前がまだ半人前の兵士か、ただの間抜けかわかるんだ。
Canaan did not reply.
だんまりか。おいシャム、どっちなんだ?
Okay, I'm getting it. If this is Alfred and Sham dies on this mission, then that hella seals the deal on why she's super into like chasing after Alfred and taking revenge, right? Yeah, that would definitely seal the deal. I think that's where this is gonna go. Oh, nah, Monk. I hope not, but I think that's how it's gonna go. This is such a completely different tone though compared to Suzune's. Suzune's was super emotional from the get-go because we knew something bad was gonna happen for sure. And over here it's really tense, but I'm still like on the fence. I'm not really sure yet where this is leading up to. Had she seen something in that silence? This stranger could read Sham's silence better than anyone, better than his own partner. The woman's stoic face grew just a shade brighter. Her smile was entirely sarcastic, but at least it was a display of human emotion. It was a smile as if to say, "Well done," as if Canaan's injury were some fated thing. As someone who hasn't seen anything about this game before, I'm very confused, but intrigued. Don't worry, I played the whole game. I'm still also confused, so... I'm sort of confused, but I have a slight idea of who this person is. That's the difference. That's it. 2 years ago, 2003, Middle East, a war orphan. All that information taken together left no question about what battlefield she'd seen. The Iraq War. She had lived through that long night of a war that for the winning side had been little more than a display of overwhelming resources and overwhelming technology. Only half of her. Is she saying that because she's young? Okay. Now that she has inferred Canaan's background, the woman's enmity seemed to abate. Their initial reluctance to trust each other had apparently been mutual. Canaan wasn't necessarily happy, but if this was the team Sham wanted, she would have to accept it. As the woman had observed, Canaan had been trained by Sham after all, and Sham's judgment was absolute. Canaan knew him as her instructor, mentor, and the ideal soldier, utterly reliable. I don't know. We keep gassing up Sham, but we keep gassing up Sham, but where is he now, right? I don't know. She turned her gaze away from the woman and looked out the window. The passing scenery drew out her memories of the life she had lived over the past few years. A girl who had lost all her relatives to war. Don't do dirty to Sham, for real. The tale of a child who had never held a gun before, becoming a full-fledged soldier at the heels of a veteran mercenary. All of it came hazily drifting back into her mind. All the life I had before had been taken away by the war. The echoing of gunfire in the distance, the sound of buildings ablaze. I couldn't help but think of how much smaller and simpler those sounds were than I'd imagined them to be from stories. I can't believe we're going so meta. This is a flashback within the flashback. No place had seemed safer to me than my house, and it was reduced to a ruin by a single artillery shell. A few moments after that blast, a group of strange men came barging in. Flashbacks galore, yeah. Inception, but for flashbacks. I could hear their heavy footsteps, their coarse voices muttering. They're dead. They're dead. We've killed them. We've killed them. Luckily for me, my father had been thinking quickly and sent me into the basement. Unluckily, he and my brothers were still in the living room when the blast hit. It wasn't just the furniture that was now gone without a trace. I sat in the basement thinking. From the men's conversation, I realized they were looking for my father's corpse, my older brother's, and my own. I can remember every word those soldiers said. Something had clicked in my mind as I listened. I committed to memory how many men there were, what their voices sounded like, what names they called one another, so that I would never, ever forget. Flashbackception. Real. Flashbacks equals something about to come. Yep, I'm pretty sure. Focused on their hearing every word. For the next hour, I felt neither fear nor boredom. I gathered that there was no trace of my father's body, but they found my older brothers. Satisfied, the soldiers left. All of this happened when I was 12 years old. I was trapped under the rubble. It was days before I was rescued. I'd lost my family, and any place to belong. The adults who found me realized I had suffered from emotional scarring, but they didn't have time to bother with that. They're dead, we've killed them. Ah, yes, there's too many things one needs to do in life. My case especially, I expect I'm going to be overworked. It was quite simple, the reason I took up arms. It was not atonement that I sought, but equal compensation for what I had lost. Unjust usurpers. Deeds whose cost was reckoned in blood. I have not yet been paid what I am owed. The balance must be settled. I only ask as much as they took from me. That is why I carry on, never resting with the relentless precision of a machine. It's pretty brutal, yeah. To think she was just a kid. It is simply a tale of sorrow giving way to resentment, giving way to cold reason. Was it odd that I never felt malice? Perhaps I could see too clearly. I could see things on a broader scale than others. I could see where the evil was, where the flaws were. I could see it also clearly that I was dumbstruck into sheer objectivity. The weak are evil. My family, my father, people I should have been proud of, had too many flaws. People of conscience who esteemed righteous society, who embraced complicated, contradictory things, who tried to become good sheiks. Leader of a tribe or a wise man, an honorary term for someone who commands trust. It usually refers to scholars, community representatives, people in high-ranking management positions. Okay. Their many failings created enemies, invited war, and brought on their defeat. Violence was a vulgar thing, far beneath the cultured behavior of my father and brother, but it still had the final word over them in the end. We may have been cruel to those who shame us, yet we had tolerated too many of these foreign invaders. Balance is key. One must clad oneself in complexities, yet be simple at the core. Taking action always requires a first step. If someone takes from you, you take it back. If they kill you, you kill them back. Action and reason. And reaction. Fuck. We should have taught more simply. By perceiving everyone different than ourselves as our enemies, we brought on war long before it was inevitable. Even if my father and brother had been operating in a vacuum, they would have done the same. But every family has so many kin to hold dear, so many others who could cloud their perspective. Except for me. Ha! My family and my kin are utterly gone. Apart from the determination I already possessed, I knew I needed to hone myself. Growing my skills as a soldier were necessary for me to achieve my goals, and more basically, necessary for me to even survive. My goals. In the beginning, that was all I really thought about. I'd become an orphan. I'd resolved not to rely on anyone. My trauma wouldn't let me trust anyone else. And yet, eventually, I wound up feeling a sense of trust for this man who found me and committed 2 years to training me. It was something I'd never thought I'd feel again.
素人を鍛えられるほど気の長い奴はここにはいないそうだ。適任ではないが、お前には俺がつくことになった。
Sham was always more freelancer than soldier. He belonged to a liberation movement, but he made his living taking on jobs as a reliable mercenary. Refers here to the Palestinian Liberation Movement, a political movement reformed in response to conflict arising between the newly resettled Jewish people and the pre-existing Arab Palestinian residents advocating freedom of the Palestinian people from Israeli rule. There has been a long reoccurring cycle of terrorism and revolt followed by periods of peace, but to this day, the issue remains fundamentally unresolved. I guess his role gave him a lot of freedom because unlike a grunt who simply fired guns, he was allowed to act as sort of an instructor. He had no close ties within the organization, which was convenient for me. I had taken up arms not because of any ethnic conflict, but for my own personal cause.
時間の無駄は互いのためにもならない。お前に適合性がないと判断すれば、その時点で契約を切る。
Luckily for me, Sham ignored my unique background and upbringing, and simply trained me to be a fighter, going as an instructor along the way.
銃は性能を裏切らない。オートマチックは兵士の戦闘能力を平均化する。持つ側の技術が水準に達してしまえば、
That's theoretically true, yes.
逆を言えば、現在の水準に達していない銃を選んだ者は真っ先に振るい落とされる。お前が初めに覚えることは、手にしたものが良質か粗悪かを測る術であり。
Guns are simple, not nearly as complicated as people. You just pull the trigger. My father had handled weapons occasionally, but never showed me how to use one. Political struggle was his preferred form of conflict, and in the end, it was that bias that defeated him. I took up guns to avoid repeating his mistake, but also the feel of a metal grip in my hand seemed to suit me. Yeah, this guy's definitely gonna die soon. He's getting too many death flags. He's getting way too many flags in the flashback, yeah. Things he's saying, things he did in the past. The way she talked in the airplane, like in present time, way too many flags. At least, that's how it always felt to me. Oh no, but the question? The question is, are we going to cry like we did for Takuya? Are we gonna cry when Sham dies like we did for Takuya? Or is Takuya still the hardest one? I'm sure Takuya is still the hardest one, I'ma be real. Maybe my fondness for weapons was deliberately ingrained into me by Sham's instruction.
女であることを忘れるな。どれほど優れた才能であろうと体格は変えられない。複数の敵と拳銃で撃ち合うときは、最も近くにいる敵に向けて2発撃ち込む。命中していなくても、足指の付け根を軸に向きを変え次の敵を撃て。
I mastered the basics that first year. I say this not out of any excess pride or self-confidence, but I was measurably the best of the soldiers other than Sham himself. After that, Sham and I began working jobs together. Sham was against it at first, but I had the ability, and he at least had the objectivity to acknowledge that fact. He was an exceptional teacher, and I was even more an exceptional student. I was an ideal subordinate, an inhuman combatant, willing to use whatever I deemed useful to get an edge. I had countless brushes with death out on the battlefield. The reality of war is that people die regardless of their tech, their experience, and their abilities. I had to have accepted that reality when I lost my family, but it was the battlefield that made the truth completely clear. society into which I had been born seeks to assign value not just in monetary terms, but for individual dignity and even ideologies. But only death is truly impartial. I was able to survive through all this largely thanks to Sham's aptitude. He wound up protecting me countless times when my inexperience put me in peril. His intervention was not out of any fondness for me, but rather a cool calculation in the interest of completing the mission. He knew I could be counted on. Never much to look at, he accrued even more scars in the course of rescuing his risk-prone student. There was almost no place that he hadn't been shot, except somehow in the head. Maybe there was a trick to that. I wanted to ask him secretly, but there was no allowance for questions while he was my shield. I could only make such small talk once his time as my protector had come to an end. And even then, until this very moment, there had never been a good time to ask. I had just wound up believing that Sham would never die. No matter how many times people opened fire on him, he simply wouldn't get hit where it really mattered. Man, you really had to come in with that. That was probably all delusion on my part, of course. But the fact was, he just didn't die. Of course, his heart had already died some time before. Bullets couldn't kill someone who was already dead. He deserved my trust. We were of the same breed, he and I. Sham would always have my back, no question. There's too many flags now. Even the whole he would never die. Every once in a while, truly exceptional soldier turns up. Superhuman. Damn. My training was complete. I was no longer a student, but a mercenary. And this is what Sham had to tell me? I responded with sarcasm. What was this? Some Hollywood script? Sham had never really joked with me before.
SF ではなく現実の話だぞ。兵士同士の戦闘、個人装備の性能の向上は頭打ちだ。
Man, he even called it. Could be my turn next. What the heck? Rip, my man seemed like a cool guy. We're writing him off before we actually see confirmation.
だが中にはその平等を覆す怪物がいる。
But I agree, he was pretty cool. Sham went on to tell the story of two soldiers, one wielding a revolver and one an automatic handgun. The wildly anachronistic revolver was no match for the automatic. Even disregarding magazine size, a higher rate of fire meant superior firepower, period. A machine pistol, capable of firing 3-round bursts, would turn the revolver user into Swiss cheese. Machine pistol. A handgun, automatic semi-fire. You know, I'm not good. I'm not good with the difference in guns. I can't tell very well. Even if I tried Nikkei, I can't tell. Between the size of a pistol and submachine gun, because of their comparatively limited magazine capacity, such weapons are not, however, capable of the high volume of fire a full-size machine gun. Famous models include Beretta M93R and Glock 18. 3-round bursts. Some modern automatic weapons are equipped with the switch that allows the option of firing 3 bullets each time a trigger is pulled, compared to full auto mode, which the weapon will fire continuously as long as the trigger is held down. Firing 3-round bursts allows for better conservation of ammunition and control of the weapon. Me neither, but fast gun equals strong, I think. Yeah, that's the impression I get, right? Because, like, in video games, when they want to be super menacing, they have, like, machine guns or something, right? Yeah, that's my impression.
So, revolver to auto では話にならない。
Oh yeah, and I do remember that a shotgun is strong, but the bullets have like a blast radius. I learned that the hard way when I accidentally killed the person I was trying to protect in Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 taught me about that.
それが俺たちの認識であり、同時に兵士としての限界でもある。
Sham went on, talking about how our similar weapons could equalize the abilities of soldiers, and about how those who had removed that collar from themselves and deviated from that equilibrium. For instance, the unparalleled gunfighter capable of rapid fire like that seen in a Hollywood Western, a type of character who'd actually existed. Experts could fan the hammer, unloading 5 shots in a target in the span of a single second. Of course, simple rapid fire alone wasn't worth fearing. It had to be accompanied by the skill to put it on target. Sham had probably been trying to offer an explicit example of a time when exceptional human skill could surpass the capabilities of available hardware. It all seemed too fantastical, but he had been dead serious. Apparently, he'd run across such rule breakers in the past.
生まれついての戦争や重機の申し子、強運の塊。我々とは違う身体の機能。身体機能に天性の差がある
Natural differences in prowess.
その才能がピタリと戦争に符合する幸運。戦場でのみ人間の規格から逸脱し、一個の兵士が起こし得ない戦果を上げるもの。
He's literally describing. Bro's literally describing every Warriors game ever when you're playing the character. By all accounts, it doesn't make any sense. One single named officer in a Warriors game. Still, even according to Sham, such supermen could only deal with 3 or 4 opponents within a given moment. So assuming you had 5 or more to attack them in a moment, there'd be no problem in taking them down. I was relieved. He wasn't talking mere fiction, but he also wasn't just telling some joke. So then, what was his story all about?
お前は超人ではないが、極限ではある。それを自ら承知しているのも知っている。
I gotta go now, sadly. Do you have a stream schedule? Yeah, no problem. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. Even just lurks, I appreciate that you chat a lot. I do have a stream schedule. I put it on Twitter. But this week, I also put it on my YouTube community tab just in case. It's usually pinned on my Twitter though. And I also put it on the Twitch stream schedule tab. Yeah. So there's a lot of avenues for you to know now. Thank you for the hydrate, Blineko. I'm still hella confused of what's happening with Canaan. I didn't get to mention it earlier, but also thank you for all the hydrates and posture checks and stretches. I have been doing them even though I didn't say anything right away. Good to know. It was fun. Have a good rest of stream. Thank you. Thank you for dropping by.
だからこそ気をつけろ。5体の境界を誤らず、己の才能に頼るな。お前は完成されている。自分の性能を正しく把握しているのなら、決して破れることはない。
Canaan's Twang. Suzune's story easier to understand. There were just 2 characters. Yeah. I mean, it was also pretty straightforward, even though we had a lot of like science in it. Like, I mean, Canaan only has her and Sham, but it's really complicated because it's going into like warfare, like her training as a soldier, her warfare, the politics. I'm getting confused. But it was easier to understand Suzune's because the general gist was just that they're both patients who are with incurable diseases waiting for organ transplants. Thus did Sham acknowledge my ascendance into the status of a warrior. It was seen as an achievement to be proud of, to be seen as his sole peer as a combatant, perhaps even his better. More than anything, the esteem I held for Sham was a reflection of the esteem he showed me. We were the same. Yeah, I know how to explain it. Canaan's like, have you ever read Hunter x Hunter chapter? I don't know if it's Hunter x Hunter or if it's Hunter x Hunter, but like, have you ever read a chapter of that in like somewhere in the 300s? I don't know. Somewhere near before the creator started taking really long hiatuses. Holy shit. After the Chimera Ant arc, it's like I have a text box, right? You see the chat text box there? It's that big, but then there's like 5 times the amount of text. I remember opening a page before and then the entire text, I felt like I was reading an entire page in a Word document in tiny text put into a single chat bubble. That's what I felt like was happening. That's what I feel like is happening in Canaan. So it's like it's going in one ear and going out the other. It's not entirely processing. That's why, when the time came, I had scarred my left arm. I wanted a physical symbol of our connection. Alright. It's getting to be nighttime now, so their mission, when's it happening? Introductions were a simple affair. Sham had no need to give his name. Canaan had no interest in the woman's. And the woman seemed satisfied with what she knew of the other 2.
呼び方はシャムとお嬢さんでいい？
問題がないのなら、そちらの今の名前は。
まあ連携は必要だな。カナンというのはどうだ？
Oh my god. Canaan couldn't suppress a sound of irritation. She tugged wordlessly on Sham's coat, like a pouting cat, stalking claim to what it wanted for its own.
すまない。それは問題がある。
冗談だよ。今は定かに通している。
Sadaka refers to the act of giving spontaneous voluntary charity to the needy. It is distinct from zakat, an obligatory almsgiving. Okay.
そろそろ本題に入ろうか。
She explained how the job would unfold. They'd wait until the train had traveled for an hour beyond the border before moving against their objective. Hopefully, they could finish their mission an hour before their arrival in Amman. Canaan peered at Sham's face as he and Sadako spoke. I think I'm saying her name wrong though. His color was always blue. The shift earlier to an unluckier color, the cloudy whiteness of an unfamiliar stranger, had lasted only for a moment. Freight car number 3, 7 guards in cars 2 and 4. They patrol at set intervals, okay. And now they're patrolling right now. Without even shifting her gaze, Canaan could confirm the presence of 2 soldiers moving through the car in which she sat. 2 blue blotches passing by, the color of alert escorts, a rending, inorganic blue. The color of fighters skilled in the use of guns they carried. People who wore this color usually rubbed Canaan the wrong way. Just being near them made her uncomfortable. Sham was a contradictory counterexample. Despite his dangerous hue, he eased her nerves. Because he's familiar with her. Familiar to her. There you go. But whether the colors expressed themselves as painful or gentle didn't mean anything. Colors were merely colors. Whether they were warm or cold, everything was done neatly, in simple colors, as if painted with run-of-the-mill materials. Okay, so that's their backup.
催涙弾の一つでも投げ込まれればおしまいだがね。
いや、光線は避ける。
I'm seriously wondering who this voice actor is. He sounds super familiar.
ことは秘密裏に。
Okay, infiltrate the freight
連中が
car.
私たちに気づくのは列車がアンマンに到着し、いいね。それは私の注文通りだ。
では確認する。輸送の真偽は明らかになった。我々の目的はこれの奪還に移行する。
ない。スポンサーとして同志の行動に期待し、
Okay.
また。
It had been just over 5 hours since they boarded the train. 3 hours to go then. Canaan felt a sense of relief at how at long last action they had been anticipating would finally commence. Their objective was to recover the parcel in the freight car towards the front section of the train. They would infiltrate the car without alerting the guards, acquire the payload, and then disembark from the train as if they were just normal passengers. Top priority was acquiring the item. Secrecy was secondary. If it turned out that they needed to take the payload by force, they'd been given permission to initiate combat. Violence was definitely on the table, if it came to that. If they were detected, they would wind up on a 3-on-14 shootout aboard a train.
Okay. 私とシャムの役割はわかる。けどこの女は何をするんだ？
彼女の専門は暗号破りだ。
Code breaking
本来なら
specialist.
別の人間を手配する。
Man, this sounds like
そんな話
Alfred.
だったからな。昨日の時点で合流できる専門職は彼女しかいなかった。
Seriously,
暗号破
Alfred.
りってそれなら。
そうすねるな。この道ではこいつは一流だ。お前もいい経験になる。
Sussy, yeah. I'm worried.
随分とらしくないな、シャム。カナンという子供にほだされたというのは本当だったか。
人一倍手がかかっているだけだが、そんな話が触れ回っているのか。
いいや。我々がカナンという優秀な人材を手に入れた。私もまさかこんなお嬢さんとは思っていなかったわ。
私もお前みたいな女がスポンサーとは知らなかった。知ってたら2年もいなかった。
それは違うな。私は多くの支援者のうちの一人だよ。 指導者じゃない。
Uh-huh.
だいたい一紛争に本腰を入れるほど暇じゃないんだ。
そのくせこんな仕事に顔を出してるじゃないか。
I just realized I think Canaan has like, I don't know if that's a cigarette, but it's like still wrapped up in her mouth. It's kind of funny.
別件で近くに来ていてね。そのついでだよ。
Uh-huh.
今回は
Sure.
ネタがネタだし、無視するわけにもいかんだろう。
You just so happen to be here.
すればよかったのに。こんなの私とシャムだけで十分だ。
The enmity between the two had become like a steady rhythm, driving along their conversation. It did make them interesting to listen to, for better or for worse.
定か。その別件とは
Sadaka. I was saying it wrong. Sadaka. Were you here because there was some other problem? Okay.
ほう。
Sham wasn't the kind of person to ask irrelevant questions. Had he twigged something that might affect the mission? Whatever the case, Sadaka smiled
プロ
pleasantly.
ジェクトの一つに問題が出てきてね。人材の調査と
Aha.
兵器の不具合の2点だ。そうだな。例えば、お前が懐に飲んでるものは殺傷能力が高い武器という触れ込みだが。
何それ。そんなの不具合どころの話じゃない。れっきとした欠陥商品じゃない。
Completely defective.
ああ、その通りだお嬢さん。今まで信頼していたものに欠陥があったでは無視してもいい不安要素なんだが、取り除けるなら取り除いた方が商品になるからね。現地に行って問
Wait a
題
minute.
点とやらを確認し、しかるべき対処法を提出する。近頃はこんな駒遣いばかりだ。コードブレイカー、
You know that
リスクブレイ。
そう。
I accidentally cut her
偉
off,
そうに
but
してるけど。誰かの
why
駒遣
did
い
that
なん
low-key
か変わらない
sound like she was describing Sham and Canaan? Like, she's here to... Because she was inspecting something where like a weapon might be defective, but then she said it might be completely useless too. It sounds like they might be talking about them. I might be overthinking though.
まったくだ。
Sadaka brushed aside Canaan's insult with an air of confidence. Canaan scowled. The woman was so sure of herself. She turned away and gazed out at the scenery outside, and realized the snack she'd been gnawing on was gone.
シャム。
Oh, it was a snack. Okay, my bad, guys. Canaan hissed.
今日は多い
Okay.
な。そんなに不満か。
シャム、話の途中だが、
Huh.
少しいいか。
簡潔に済むのなら
ああ、さっきから気になっていたんだが、お前の相棒は何を食べている？
そんなものだ。試すか。
Snack. She took one of the offered treats. She tore open the paper wrapper on one end and stuck the contents between her teeth like a cigarette, as Canaan had. Canaan watched her resentfully, knowing what she was tasting. A simple, unpretentious sweetness. Purity of concentrated
で
sugar.
はなく、そのものだ。
It's a bar of sugar,
た
bruh!
だの砂糖じゃないかこれ。
ああ、シュガースティックを固めたものだ。乾燥して固形化したものを見つけて以来、大のお気に入りでな。今じゃ注射器を使っ
Oh
て
my
固形化してい
gosh.
る。
They're just eating bars of sugar. Kinda like candy, I guess. Canaan focused on gnawing her own stick, not really listening to Sham's explanation. There was a brief silence. Sadaka let out a sullen sniff.
変わった思考だな。うまいのか？
うん。無駄がないのはすごく美味しい。
Huh. Sadaka raised an eyebrow dubiously. Sadaka be like, I'm not big on sweets. The time had come. They had got up from their seats without a sound. Draped in their hoods, Canaan and Sadaka made their way through the train, doing their best not to draw any attention. Sham had put together a timeline. They should spend no more than 30 minutes at most under infiltration. In addition to the soldiers stationed in the passenger cars, it was possible that the enemy also had lookouts disguised as normal passengers. A seat left open for too long might arouse unwanted suspicion. The team needed to sneak into the freight car and obtain the payload and return to their seats without a single minute wasted. Sham was too tall and muscular to be well suited for infiltration. He would hang back and act as the girl's rear guard. If the operation was discovered, his task would be to secure an escape route for them. Okay. It's going fine so far. They're just about to start. Called in on one of the tiny voice-activated radios the three carried. Okay. Action time, let's go! Let's see how it translates into visual novel style though. She and Canaan prepared to make their way to their final objective in the freight car. Up ahead. Despite their clashing personalities, they moved almost like twins as they went about their work. It was evidence that their training had instilled them with similar priorities.
確認するが、携帯しているのはベレッタと弾倉だけか。
お前こそ銃はそれだけでいいの？
ああ。戦闘になった場合、迎撃はお前に任せる。今回の私の仕事は暗号破りだ。
Yeah, she really sounds like
PC
Alfred.
と護身用に一丁あればいい。
Both of them were going in with a minimal loadout. As a covert agent in enemy territory, that made Canaan uneasy. But then, if a fight did break out here, the mission was already a partial failure. The organization couldn't spare equipment for a team that only needed it if they fouled things up.
お嬢さん、ルートの確認は？
ルートそのものは問題ない。あるとしたら、
Okay.
そっちは大丈夫かってことぐらい。いいの？これ頭脳労働じゃないよ。
専門外だが、その程度のリスクは負うさ。
Okay, the music's picking up. Let's go.
乗り物酔いはするタイプ。
暴れ馬には慣れてるし、動くものから落ちたこともあんまりない。
They're
上等。
the way they talk to each
勇ましいね、
other.
お嬢さん。
Their banter.
では、サーカスの始まりだ。
I actually like their banter. It's really interesting. What a shame if it's Alfred. Ayo! Let's go. They ditched the cloaks, of course. The garb that the two girls wore under the cloaks was quite different from the norm of Middle Eastern women. Aside from the fact that one wore red and the other black, their outfits were rather similar. Both of them had dressed for maximum freedom of movement. Of course. The blush! Yes. With the casual air of a traveler going for a stroll without any hesitation whatsoever, she headed up for the outside of the train. Then the call cut out. From here on, the team would retain radio silence except in cases of emergency. As the girls back up, Sham had to decide on a course of action. He could try making his way through the inside of the train, heading straight towards the sequestered freight car. It would make him obvious, but at least that would draw the guards' attention onto him for a time. He had no intention of trying to get into the freight car itself, of course. His goal would simply be to draw the guards' eyes. He could claim to be on his way to meet a friend. The guards would be sure to intercept him and try to usher him away from the freight car. While that was going on, Canaan and Sadako would hopefully be able to sneak inside. But it seemed that wasn't going to be an option. There were no ordinary passengers in the cars where the guards were posted. If the thing they were protecting was what Sham thought it was, these guards would be good. Any unusual action he took would provoke them and only heighten their alertness. He didn't want to do anything to complicate things for the girls. So he decided his best course of action was to stay ready in case things went bottoms up. He checked the gun he'd hidden at his feet. And then he pictured in his mind the guards in the nearest compartment, their builds, their gear, and their positions. Veteran fighter though he was, he could think of no good way to make up for the sheer difference in numbers. If a fight did break out, it would still be 1 against 7. To break through an enemy position held by soldiers who knew what they were doing, he'd have to completely abandon his own better judgment. Oh my god. It's to distract red and black sabers, to distract the male soldiers. Real. He was reminded of a story he'd told as a student. A fable involving a board game. Life was represented by the board. There was a clear, defined endpoint. One proceeded towards the end, but dire pitfalls had been set up on the way to the goal. It was a valuable lesson. One shouldn't have a goal in life. Or rather, one shouldn't think of the end as the goal. The proper way to live one's life was to realize that once it was already over, one must focus on the moment. The game of striving for the goal, for the end, it was just a way of rushing headlong towards one's death. Priorities were backwards. One shouldn't have a goal in life. One shouldn't seek meaning in oneself. To seek reward. To seek proof that you've lived by achieving some hypothetical endpoint. That was a fool's game. Sham's ability to live without hunting for such proofs was one of the very few things in which he prided himself as a mercenary. god, he's just death flagging himself left and right. What the fuck, Sham? Chill! Slipping his gun out of its hiding place, Sham narrowed his eyes slightly. Until now, he'd been a lone soldier. Put to use however his employers decided necessary. He held no tenets, no opinions. He acknowledged that he was an instrument of war. He acknowledged that this was an age where such instruments were necessary. How many battlefields had he passed through? He could see no value in trying to sum up such experience with complex, ever-shifting philosophy. There were those who would wage war, and those who would try to end it, and the tools that were necessary for both of those ends. That was all the justification a soldier required. Warriors fought, and then they died. There was no room for anything resembling a normal life. That's who they were. Demons, not men. To Sham, this mercenary, this was simple fact. His watch showed that 6 minutes had passed. 24 minutes to go. By then, they would know if they had failed or succeeded. It was too long, yet too short. The gulp of time for him to fill with his own rustling memories. Oh god, is he going to flashback too? Don't do it! When a Danganronpa character is about to die, they always flash back. Oh my god, he's doing it. He had been born into an age of enduring conflict. 1948, the first Arab-Israeli war, which started with the declaration of the establishment of the State of Israel. Okay, in response to the Israeli Declaration of Independence in 1948, 5 nations of Lebanon, Syria, Transjordan, Iraq, and Egypt, later joined by Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Morocco, declared war and marched on Palestine. Armistice agreements were signed in 1949, with ultimately triumphant Israel taking control of most of Palestine. Oh my gosh. Over 800,000 displaced Arab refugees. A conflict between those who had formed their own nation at the end of their wandering and those who would now never be able to return to those lands. 1956, the tripartite aggression over the Suez Canal. Any attempts at negotiation or diplomacy were ineffective. The Middle Eastern hegemony, I think, shifted into the hands of 2 nations, further deepening the turmoil. In 1956, Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser declared the nationalization of the Suez Canal. Opposing this move, the United Kingdom and France backed Israel in an invasion of the Sinai Peninsula, leading to violent conflicts with Egypt. In 1957, the United States and the Soviet Union intervened, arranging a ceasefire. Is that real history? I think it's real history. I believe it's real history. I'd have to Google to double check, but it might be. How relevant 16 years after this game's release? It's actually true. And then, 1964, Palestinian Liberation Organization was formed to retake its founder's rightful homeland, his homeland. Okay, an umbrella organization with the goal of the liberation of Palestine from Israeli control, abbreviated PLO. After Yasser Arafat, founder of the PLO's dominating faction, Fatah, became chairman, the organization took the de facto role of the Palestinian government in exile. The Oslo Accords of 1993 saw governance centralized into the interim Palestinian National Authority. Following the death of Arafat in 2004, Mahmoud Abbas assumed the position of chairman of the PLO, as well as president of the Palestinian National Authority. Peace process was still ongoing. 4 years prior, he'd been born into a region west of the Jordan River. Just like the other young men of faith who had thrown themselves into the liberation movement, he too had chosen a path of belief. But his beliefs were too rigid, too severe. He did not know the value of compromise. He did not know or value compromise. He learned to focus on what he could accomplish as a soldier, and strove to become one of the elite in order to end the fighting as soon as possible. He believed that this was the very best that he could do. The organization he joined in his teens was small, but affiliated itself with the PLO, and he joined up with Colonel Gaddafi's camp, which had provided its members with necessary soldiers' education. The former supreme leader of Libya, seizing power in the 1969 coup d'etat, he is perhaps best known for his radical anti-Western rhetoric during the 1970s and 1980s, as well as the rumored backing of various terrorist groups. In the later part of his life, his relationship with the West gradually improved, and he played a leadership role in the formation of the African Union, AU, in 2002, becoming its chairman in 2009. Gaddafi was deposed and killed in 2011 by rebel forces in the Libyan civil war. Infighting, however, gradually reduced the organization's numbers. He used the 82 Lebanon War as his opportunity to temporarily distance himself from the PLO and had thrown himself instead into the fighting in Afghanistan. 1982 Lebanon War, in which Israeli forces invaded the neighboring country of Lebanon to retaliate against the PLO forces. Present there, PLO leadership moved to Tunisia. A multinational force was installed in Lebanon, with the United States providing its core constituents. That was when he acquired the name Sham. Okay, so he wasn't always Sham. He'd acted as a military volunteer for the he acted as a military instructor for the Islamic volunteer soldiers from Thailand. His students had bestowed upon him the former name of their kingdom. Oh. When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in 1979, Muslims from all over the world joined up as volunteer soldiers to fight the Soviets in the name of jihad. After the withdrawal of Soviet forces, these volunteer soldiers did not completely lose ties with one another. Some of them went on to form international networks such as Al-Qaeda. Where's Philippines? Were Philippines mentioned? A new name. And when he accepted this new moniker, something that represented something other than himself, he ceased being the young man who'd sacrificed himself for his ideals. At the request of some former acquaintances, he returned to the PLO in 1990. Yet again, infighting had brought the organization to the brink of collapse, and he had been tasked with helping to restructure it. It was around then that he'd reached his current standing. The sub-organization that he belonged to was in dire financial straits, and so to keep it solvent, its members had begun taking the mercenary contracts for covert ops from the PLO and Islamic extremist groups that were former affiliates. He had been a soldier for over 30 years. Through all that time, he had fought, and he had survived. The fighting had honed him on every level. Much of it had been purely mercenary, to secure funding, to keep his organization afloat. But he recognized it as being meaningful in its own way. In order to tip the balance in the fighting within their own country, his compatriots needed to encourage other nations to go for each other's throats. Accepting that this is the evil that it was, they continued to wield the hammer of justice. Eventually, he had seen so much that he no longer felt the evil, and then he no longer even felt the justice. Ever the consummate soldier, he was too grounded in the harsh reality to deceive himself with flowery words or abstract ideas. Everything that he truly understood, he'd come to realize while on the battlefield. He became numb, all those years of fighting. And one thing had become completely clear. The fighting that raged through his homeland would not end during the lifetimes of his generation. His own existence was nothing more than a blip on the radar, a tiny detail in the midst of something vastly larger than himself. Bit by bit, his once rigid fate gave way to something more nihilistic. Times change, and so did values. At some point, the human heart went on to change as well. His changed convictions left him alienated, and he reformed himself into a solitary soldier. He longed for battle, yet felt no commitment to any particular conflict. And so, despite his legendary record in uniform, he became a mercenary, outside the military establishment. His compatriots began to view him as nothing more but a warmonger who fought without beliefs, that they were not so far from wrong. No longer a true partisan of any cause. What he was much harder to define. Ultimately, he was a jack of all trades. Recruiting, training, guarding VIPs, intelligence operations, subversive activities, he tackled them all. One thing led to another until he arrived at the last major job he'd undertaken as a soldier. The theater was the Iraq War. There was a battle on the fringes, unrelated to the main conflict itself. And there he found a girl who had lost everything. Her kin and community, all victims of collateral damage. The tragedy had struck her and unfolded in a single day. When Sham found her, a chance discovery as he was making his way through the area, it was a miracle that she was even still breathing. According to the reports, the entire population of the village had been annihilated. Friend or foe, there were no possible survivors. And yet Sham had found one. Wife found. Save Canaan. He had taken on this war and had included aiding any civilians once the fighting was over. Even if he knew it was someone unlikely to last much longer than a day. So that's how he came across Canaan and ended up training her and saving her. And yet, in defiance of his expectations, the girl clung desperately to life. She pulled herself back from the brink of death, pieced her broken psyche back together, and declared that she wanted to live. Easier said than done. This child had no relatives, and all records of her family had been wiped out. In order for her to live, she would need to be reborn as a soldier.
素人を鍛えられるほど気の長いやつは適任ではないが。
Oh, he didn't want to abandon her. Perhaps because something fascinated him about this new responsibility, he took on the task. To say that the girl wasn't soldier material would have been an understatement. On a scale of 1 to 10, she was less than a 0. Oh my gosh. Her personality was an issue. She was whimsical, unable to keep her emotions in check, and incapable of working as part of a cohesive unit. Her general knowledge and awareness of local customs were also sadly lacking. She could read and write, but there was something fundamentally broken about how she processed information. She called the sun blue. At first, Sham thought she had simply been taught the word blue to refer to what most people acknowledged as yellow. But it wasn't long before he was disabused of this notion. The girl wasn't wrong. Everyone else was. Oh my god, guys, the sun is blue. Things she said weren't untrue from her perspective. To her, the sun did look blue. We were wrong! Oh my gosh. She was still able to distinguish the color yellow from the color blue as the same as anyone else. But she had a very peculiar condition, very rare, but known to humankind for centuries. Synthesia. She was just like us, except in how she perceived the world. Words would come to her as shapes, sounds, smells, moods, and colors. It had isolated her in her own village, and thereby saved her life. That isolation is also why she had no initial aptitude for soldiering. She struggled to work within an organization, as those around her struggled to understand how she operated in a group environment. Sham had no doubt that she was the only soldier he'd ever trained who could make eye contact with another person and instantly understand where they fell short and what she could do to make up for it. Running her in a standard squad was almost impossibly difficult. Sham soon found that she would often need to give his new novice his undivided attention.
まだ銃が怖いのか?
In terms of trained reactions, the physical skills, there was nothing more he could teach her. She'd mastered shooting and all the fundamentals of his standard physical training. Aw, she was so cute as a kid. And yet, she was still an astoundingly timid girl. Afraid of the battlefield, afraid of guns, afraid of the trigger. She even seemed afraid of loading a magazine. Every day, Sham found himself thinking, she wasn't cut out for this. But every day, she threw herself back into the training, facing all the things she feared. Revenge, he began to suspect. Cute Canaan, true. No doubt she wanted the ability to fight so that she could strike back at the nameless bunch who had taken her village and her family away from her. She wants to be like me, Sham thought. She wanted to kill. No, she wanted the strength to be able to kill, and then immediately put that killing behind her.
その必要はない。死が怖いのはお前が安全を知っているからだ。恐怖は残しておけ。
Damn, conquer your past. Sheesh.
この世には安全があることも忘れてはならない。
She was still a respectable human being, not a soldier. He and she were cut from different cloth. Realizing that made him wonder if there was anything he could truly teach her.
当たり前のことを守れ。射撃の基本はそれだけだ。有効射程外からは撃つな。以上だ。覚えるのは簡単だが行うのは難しい。自分なりに工夫しろ。交戦したのなら必ず相手の息の根は止めておけ。
She wanted it. That much was clear. And while she might never make a rank-and-file soldier, there were better things for her to do than learn regulations and squad tactics. She could survive best on her own. Away from the conventional battlefield, she began to achieve startling results on extreme solo missions. The more skilled her opponent, the more she rose to the challenge. She was a natural-born duelist. No, that wasn't right. This girl was an assassin. Sham had to admit she improved in each and every day. Almost daily change of pace was good for him too, as a teacher. The only problem was the source of her motivation. She fell into her typical sullen silence, a scolded child unwilling to tell a lie. Inwardly, Sham acknowledged his misstep in judgment. She might have the makings of a perfect assassin, but the assassin's life would never be a good fit for her. Damn. Aw, he's giving her sound advice. Maybe there were no more physical skills to teach her, but he still needed to give this girl mental training as a warrior required to survive. Damn. Maybe he can say this because it happened to him. That lesson, more an admonishment, was the one thing he'd held on to in the wake of his own disillusionment. His heart bore scars that would never heal. Revenge was a prize without reward. Claiming it could break you if your heart was made of anything less than steel. Based on experience, Sag, true. And so he told her to harden her heart into something that could not be broken. He only hoped it was enough. Even steel wore away over time, bit by bit. A year had passed since then. A year that felt like a day. Now, one thing in particular rose in his mind. Before this job, perhaps the first time ever, Canaan asked him for something. She wanted a tattoo like his. He had no choice but to agree. There had still been one day to go before the job, so they'd gotten it done on location before boarding the train. The tattoo, a snake, represented bad luck and loneliness to locals. She didn't care. She saw in it a kindred spirit, a creature driven by the same nothingness that fueled herself and Sham. A timid girl and a black snake. If he gave himself over to sentiment, he might have said that the black snake looked somewhat uncomfortable there, coiled on this arm of this girl bent on survival. Oh, so that's why her arm is injured, because she got the tattoo, I guess. And she thinks it still hurts. Okay, wait, this is so hardcore. I didn't think they were passing on the underside when they said they passed through the outside. I thought they would pass on top. This is way too hardcore for me. Canaan and Sadaka slithered silently across the underside of the train, suspended above the ties hurtling past them. The slightest mistake, and whoever made it would instantly be reduced to an unrecognizable smear of meat. Yeah, that's fucking scary. She was taking point. Canaan silently complied. She concealed her foul mood, but not so well that Sadaka couldn't see it. Clearly, she didn't like their chosen route. Wouldn't the roof have been better? Oh, okay. Sadaka let out an appreciative chuckle. Had the little princess been expecting for some more elegant means of reaching their target? Oh my god, what the heck? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my god. Oh my god. Canaan pouting is so cute too. Canaan furrowed her brow. She might not ever find it in herself to like Sadaka, but it did seem like they shared a very quirky sense of humor. The doors to the freight car were shot with combination locks. It seemed like outdated technology for protecting classified material in the car that the car was carrying. Evidently, the enemy had been forced to make use of what they had available. Sadaka quickly punched in numerical sequence in the door, and the lock opened. She acquired the code sequence before arriving on the train. Too diligent for Codebreaker. They going in? Alright, they are.
なんだ、守りは扉のロックだけか。
Sadako said as they entered the car.
中に何人かいると思ったんだが、セキュリティに自信があるのか、それともトップが間抜けなのか。
Oh, it's just a single door. The break-in had been disappointingly easy. They surveyed the freight car's interior, still anticipating a further challenge. The space was divided into two compartments. One was sealed and held the item they were after, while the other door, which they now stood, housed the console room for managing the first.
監視窓から確認できるな。目的はあれだ。物自体は小さい。もともとはフォートデトリック製のものだよ。それを秘密裏にイラク派遣された米軍生物戦実験部隊からイスラエル側のモサドが受け取ったんだそうだ。
There's a glossary there. United States Army installation in Frederick, Maryland. 5 square kilometer grounds are dotted with various biological and medicinal research and development facilities. The name is sometimes used to refer to specifically the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, the key institute in the U.S. efforts to protect against naturally occurring microbes and diseases as well as biological weapons.
話によると、最終的にはケース台のものに収納されたということだが。
じゃあ、このドアを壊して、あのケースも壊す？
And before it's the UA
壊
virus.
さないよう私が呼びつけられたんだが、こいつを運び込んだスタッフのように、さも普通に中に入り、ケースを開け、誰に咎められることもなく運び出すの。ああ、お前は休んでいていい。そっちの仕事は護衛がいた時の梅雨払いだからな。
領分って。
いや、持参している。しかしなんだな。
Sadaka scowled at the slapdash array of electronics.
この無造作に放り出されたケーブル、何の笑い話だ。どうやって入るか楽しみにしていた
Internet
私がバカ
cafe
みたいだ。
level, bro. Sadaka grumbled as she hooked up her laptop. Security here was laughable even considering how much of a rush the enemy had been in to arrange this weapon transfer. It looked like she'd need to do a little bit more than input the password the Sheik had given her into the terminal.
まったく、なんて危機感のなさだ。信じられない。それでもイスラエルの人間か？おい、名誉のために言っておくが、イスラエルの IT 技術者は優秀なんだぜ。なんだってこんなバカどもと取引するんだ、米軍は。
She's so pissed
ま
off
さか同じレベルのアホなのか？
because of the messy
う
wires.
るさい
Damn.
な。お前ペンティアム M とか大好きだろ。
Pentium M. CPU released by Intel Corporation. Originally developed in Israel, its design focused on power conservation for the laptop computers. Its compact size making a brand appeal, making it popular in many countries, including Japan.
嫌いなものか。イスラエルの技術者は世界で一番クールだ。
Oh, so that's why she's so mad. Canaan frowned. She might be loath to admit it, but their opinions were very similar. The PC booted up. Sadaka logged into the terminal and entered the password. She worked with a skill and alacrity that would have made any codebreaker
ハッキング
proud.
なんてものは参加した時点で終わっているようなものだ。その場で暗号を破るなんて職業がまかり通ったのは大昔の話だ、ね。端的に言ってソーシャルハッキングに勝るセキュリティ
I
解
have
除
no
はね
idea what she's talking about.
ソーシャルハッキングってなんだ？
ああ、探偵のようなものだよ。 PC の知識、プログラムテクニック以外の手段で情報を手に入れることだ。セキュリティに関して一番詳しいのは当事者だからな。交渉、内定、果てはゴミ漁りまでやる。
Oh, okay.
今回こいつのセキュリティに関わっていたのは3人だけだったからな。
Okay, so that's
通
what
常
she
はこ
means.
のレベル
Alright.
の機密なら10人以上の関係者全員からキーを取らないと難しいと。おい、さっき
She
のあれを
didn't
こそ
even like the sugar
口寂しくなっ
thing.
てきた。
Canaan frowned but handed her a sugar stick. She looked so sad to give her one. I don't want to share my sugar stick.
じゃあ、暗号破りっていうのは名前だけ？私みたいにその場で答えだけ探すってことじゃないの？
I'm starting to feel nervous. There's no music whatsoever.
単に人間の方がハックしやすいって話だ。そりゃ答えそのものを手に入れるのが理想だが。
Continued working at the keyboard as she spoke. Okay, ideally that's how you get everything you need, but it's not doable in
それ
practice.
にソーシャルハッキングも数値を埋める行為だぞ。調べ上げた感情や性格、経歴を数値化しないと解は得られない。その後、手に入れた情報を整理し、公理に基づいてパスコードを導き出す。
It still sounds extremely complicated. She unlocked the third layer of security as she spoke. There was an access password, an infrared scanner lock, and a lock lined up on the wheels of the train that prevented the compartment door from being opened while the train was in motion.
よし、終わりだ。こいつはまだ試作品だからな。一研究員の個人名でログインできる。あとは研究リーダーのアカウントで管理者権限。
Uh-huh. Why'd she cut off?
何？
どうしたの？
パスコードが変えられている。
Uh-oh.
手上げだ。優先順位の高いものから打ち込んだが。
じゃあこの1時間後っていうの？
Uh-oh.
1時間。パスコード入力を拒否されている。残った手持ちのコードに正解があるとしても入力そのものができなくなった。
They were running out of time. Already 15 minutes had passed since they begun the operation, allowing for 5 minutes to get back to Sham's car. They only had 10 or so minutes left to work.
積み込む前に気まぐれでコードを変えたな。管理がずさんなら予定もずさんか。聞いてないぞそんな話は。
珍しく感情的だね。
そうだな。パスによるアクセスはできないとなるとロックを解除する信号を直接送るしかないが、それこそありえない。
Oh god, are they stuck? Is it the operations going
信号自体は暗号化さ
wrong?
れた上でプログラムに収納されているが、その数値から信号を拾い上げるのは不可能だ。
それプログラム自体は開けられる？
可能だが意味がない。
いいから面白そうだしちょっと変わってよ。
わかったか。この数値の中から信号を拾い
Oh
上
my
げるのは
god,
不
is
可
Canaan
能。
gonna solve it?
いや、時間さえあれば可能だが。
Oh,
信号ってきっとこれだ。 189AC455
god dang.
E5A888-312B C367AB29 これでやってみて。
だと
The hell? Yeah, she's having the same reaction. I'm gonna assume this is because of her her unique eyesight
わ
and
かった
stuff.
当たりならあの中のものは私のだけど。
Sadaka swallowed wordlessly. She should have been happy. The first stage of her job was finished after all. Still.
共感覚。お前がそう呼ばれる人間なのは資料で読んだ。
That's
別
crazy.
に珍しいものじゃない。単に文字に色がついて見えるだけの話。
それで済ませる話。私の認識が甘かったようだ。今のお前の行為は直感
Yeah,
だけに頼った
that's
ものだ。
literally what she did. Synesthesia. A curious condition found in people all over the world to varying degrees. It was defined as the tendency to experience the simulation of one sense with additional perceptions in one or more other senses. Human beings have 5 senses: sight, hearing, taste, touch, smell. Man, Sadaka be like, what am I even here for? What the fuck? People who process 2 or more of these individual senses simultaneously are known as synesthetes. I think I'm saying it wrong. Letters could have colors. Sounds might have shapes. A word might have a taste, sweet or sour. There are many variations, each unique way to perceive the world. The condition was not generally an impairment. A letter's color could have a real meaning. There was a reason that each sound had its particular shape. Synesthetes. Stop putting this word, I can't say it. Picked up on this additional sensory information, not intellectually, but intuitively. It went beyond vision and hearing, simply working as a combined sense. It created a new form of perception in its own right. The senses themselves didn't literally fuse into one, of course, but I can't say it. For a synesthete, whatever. It's not even handwritten or anything. Yeah.
The 5 senses could complement each other reciprocally. For instance, visual information might also be processed as sound, and then combined with direct auditory input. Visual cues that were also seen through the other senses could radically increase the seer's ability to comprehend what they were perceiving. A typical image on a paper serves as a good example. Though an ordinary person perceives the image solely through the sense of sight, a single input, a single level of perception. A synesthete, however, might perceive the same image with one or more additional senses as well. Information obtained this way is analyzed by the brain, as secondary perceptions, complementing and deepening the information provided by the primary sense. The human brain, however, cannot fully grasp such perceptions on a logical level. In the end, the beneficiary of such experiences simply knows what has been perceived without knowing the reason why. It is akin to experiences of a newborn child. A child has not yet learned language, so it struggles to grasp its mother's intent when she speaks. An entity without intellect exerts all of its physical self to learn all of its surroundings. The nascent brain has not yet separated the language cortex and the visual cortex. In an infant, both function as the same thing. Once those features do become separate, knowledge, as we know it, first comes into play. The organization of knowledge in different regions of the cerebral cortex. Oh my god. I'm going through like the motions in Canaan's. I'm literally getting info dumped and I'm getting so confused. Okay, it's fine. We're learning. The organization of knowledge in different regions of the cerebral cortex efficiently reduces certain burdens on the brain, but at the cost of reducing sensory acuity. Seeing the big picture, understanding the details simply by feeling, not following an ordered thought process, but arriving at its conclusion in a single step. Such possibilities might include picking out the meaning of a sequence of digits that appears meaningless at first glance. For those who did not know intellectually what part of a tree was the leaves and what part was the trunk, it would still be possible for them to tell apart based on their different colors and their different shapes. The simplification of things, the condensation of stories. I just realized we were looking at a pupil, an eye. Instinctually understanding solutions without having to follow some process of derivation. That was how a synthet like Canaan was perceived the world. Synesthete or whatever. Yeah, they basically have more perception of things. Yeah, TLDR. If the text as a whole contains some story, if the programmer's intent was there in the cipher, she could pick up on it with the colors and flavors, feel the touch of the meaning on her skin. Because of her very nature, Canaan could look at a sequence of unknown information and immediately sense which parts were important. She learned to accept that she could not understand the why behind it. Dang, Canaan, yeah, she got so strong. You're too OP. Even smug girl can't believe for real. Her faculties hadn't improved through some random happenstance. Perhaps when she was on the brink of death, some of her bodily functions had broken in order to keep her alive, and had somehow changed while she recovered. Sort of. Wow. When I want to, okay. Damn. I can see the scent, Sadaka thought. So that's what it's like, using your whole body to perceive things is like. The girl had eyes pointing in every direction, was a veritable sensory tragedy. She had no blind spots. Her ears, her nose, her tactile sensations, she saw everything on every side at once. Dang. Maybe it wasn't so remarkable after all. It was something all human creatures had possessed from an early gift taken away from them by the serpent of primal knowledge. Progress, not regression, had caused mankind to this capability. Sometimes true evolution necessitated the loss of some superior power in order for a species to thrive. Humans had grown more complex through language, culture, thought, and the only creatures on Earth to distance themselves from the animal nature. And what was it that they had lost? The trick of knowing only answers at a look? To receive an answer without thinking? That was nothing more than the abandonment of thought. Oh my god, bruh. Saraka smirked inwardly at the thought. The girl was such a simple creature. No wonder Sham's edge had dulled from having to deal with this. The sudden sound of radio snapped her back to attention. They had under 5 minutes left to go.
問題ない。少しばかり予定が狂ったが、お嬢さんのおかげで解決した。
そうか、急げ。こちらも雲行きが怪しい。護衛による乗客
2 minutes tops, damn.
スパイ容疑だそうだ。
は、こっちではいつものことだよ。了解。リンチが始まる前には戻る。
Alright then.
やはり携帯できる形だったな。中に物があるのは端末から確認済みだ。お嬢さん、かさばるがそのケースごと運んでくれ。ああ、決して開けるなよ。万が一ということもある。
Every living thing for miles around dies to him.
ここら一体死のと。
なんだって。シャム、聞き忘れてた。今回の獲物は
Is this UA?
現在最も小さく凶悪な兵器の一つだ。
No, it can't be, right? There was a brief silence, but Canaan already knew what his words implied. A chill ran up her spine. She could now feel the latent threat before her now.
シャム。
米国疾病予防管理センター格付け最優先リスクグループ4
CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Multidisciplinary. It must be UA. No, T-Virus. Oh my god. Multidisciplinary Research Institution under the jurisdiction of the United States Department of Health and Human Services, HHS. Headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, it is known as one of the world's most foremost organizations in the field of virus and infectious agent research.
秘密裏に散布感染実験を行い性能を立証した致死性ウイルスその遺伝子を組み換え
Oh, UA Proto. So it's like the prototype of the UA virus. That was it. That was the name of that fragment of hell that brought ruin to her life 2 years earlier. UA, a microscopic demon released by mankind. It was the year 2000. A retrovirus awoke in Drakensberg region of Africa. Retrovirus. Wait, I pressed the wrong button. That wasn't tabbed there. A genetic data that uses reverse transcriptase in order to copy its own RNA. But more simply, it uses the cells of other organisms to make copies of itself. Because the retrovirus genome is made of RNA, retroviruses are thought to be more unstable and prone to sudden mutations than DNA viruses. Drakensberg, mountain range in South Africa that takes its name from the Afrikaans word of the Mountains of Dragons. Part of the range forms the national border of the Kingdom of Lesotho, highest peak at 3,802 meters. That's meters, right? The Thambana I can't say it, which means beautiful little mountain in the Sesotho language. Deforestation carried out in the name of advancing national development unleashed the pathogen upon the land, rapidly infecting a local village. The virus's combination of a high lethality rate and a high infection rate wiped out the entire village in a matter of days. The South African government carried out radical sterilization procedures, burning down the forest in several kilometer radius. Luckily, the virus was still vulnerable and the sterilization effort proved successful, until 3 years later, when agents from another nation collected samples of the virus from the same woodlands and began research on military applications. They improved the virus and successfully created a weaponized prototype. The demon awoke. They chose a village already engulfed in the flames of war as a test site. Under the cover of the conflict in Iraq, the weapons makers carried out their experiment. The virus was unleashed and the village vanished. The lethality rate was over 90%, the infection rate and survivability of the pathogen both exceptionally high. It was the tiny demon, invisible to the naked eye, that had taken everything from the young girl named Canaan. Dang, it is T-Virus. Sheesh! After that, there were rumors of further development. The improved form of the virus was given the name UA, and the last of the prototype that had destroyed the nameless Middle Eastern village was frozen. Yes, frozen. Not disposed of, not eradicated. The weapon was difficult to use, but those who possessed it still felt that there was value in the inferior prototype. Furthermore, it represented a great deal of research money. Which meant whoever it might be, I'm getting flashbanged, my eyes hurt, should a buyer emerge, they would sell. Canaan had no words. Why was this thing here now? She felt nothing, no grief, rage, or despair. She simply thought calmly. Someone is still alive who is willing to use this weapon. That includes the soldiers who are here to protect it.
お嬢さん。分かってる。今はケースをシャムに届ける。
She spoke, moved mechanically, removing the case from its compartment. Whatever free will she'd possessed a moment before had vanished. Sadaka watched her, satisfied. Then both girls stiffened with alarm. A message appeared on the monitor. Case connection broken. Security breach possible. If this connection is unresolved after 60 seconds, alert broadcast will commence.
警報は解除したんじゃないのか。
Canaan snarled.
文句は後で聞く。今から接続するには間に合わない。シャムに連絡を。
The call was brief and the conclusion was clear. The parameters of the job had changed. A fight was unavoidable. They would need to strike first.
私は。
Oh no, Sham! I have a bad feeling about this. For the time being, Canaan and Sadaka were trapped. There were 7 hostiles ahead of them and 7 more behind. All the girls could do now was set up the fright car to buy themselves time. And yet...
Okay. みんな黙らせていいんだよ。
Oh no, Chi! There's nothing I can do about this! There are no choices to be made. She cut the connection. Her eyes gleamed with menace. This was no time for hesitation. This was time for battle.
呆れたな。腕に自信があるのはいいが、現実的じゃない。シャムほどとは言わないが、近い兵士がしてる。
分かっている。でも。
Damn!
そいつらはシャムじゃない。
Canaan was all action. There was no room for emotion. She'd analyzed her problem and now she was going to solve it.
勝手に死なれるのは困る。お前は組織にとって貴重なサンプルなんだが。
Never mind. It was clear the conversation was gonna be a thing right now. The gleam in Canaan's eyes was that of a beast on the
ケ
hunt.
ースをこちらにシャムに届ける。奴との連携は慣れているから。うまく攻撃してさっさと終わらせるさ。
Canaan paused. Near as she could see, Sadaka's words didn't have a color of a lie. She was a code breaker, forced by a situation to fight.
落とすなよ。あと、シャムの邪魔をしないよう気をつけろ。
Oh boy.
そちらもな。意地を張らず、怖くなったら逃げ出してこい。
She could smell combat. The sound of wheels and the color of the wind were now both a frigid blue.
ほんと。こうなるんだったら、あんなやついらなかったの。
Sadaka's color bothered her far more than that of the forthcoming slaughter. Right then, Sham murmured. Car had developed into chaos. The guards barked out orders forbidding anyone to leave their seats as they brandished guns and interrogated one traveler after another. Passengers were quaking with fear. While the train was passing through the country, the local government held police authority on board. The soldiers bullying the passengers were Dordanian, Sham could tell. Having come from abroad during the fright car rearrangement, he counted them among the 14 hostiles. It was only a matter of time before they realized Canaan and Sadaka were no longer in their seats. Yes, it's time to get started. Sham let out a sigh of resignation. Now things were getting interesting. Sham walked wordlessly towards the front of the train. It was clear that wherever he went, death would follow. The other passengers scrambled towards the back of the car. No chance for another surprise attack this time. These soldiers were already ready for combat. They'd pull the trigger as soon as they had a target. It was 1 against 6 now. If he played this by the book, Sham wouldn't stand a chance. Rule number 1, always shoot from cover. It was the first lesson he taught his students. The thing was... rules were made to be broken! Ain't no way. It's not much for playing by the book. Fastening the top button on his custom bulletproof coat, he strode forward. I am a wall. Walls feel no pain. Badass for real. He opened the door. Bullets ricocheted all around. He cased his enemies, assessed their firepower. He might get injured, but he was confident he wouldn't go down. He's too cool. Right now, there were two guards in the dining car ahead. Time to improvise. His innards were hurting, his bones creaked, but he fought to keep his aim steady. He had some internal bleeding, but nothing he couldn't power through. God dang, why is he so cool? He took another step forward, reckless maybe, but if he didn't deal with these before reinforcements came, well, no point in worrying about that now. Not when there were people left to kill. And just like that, he was down to 3. The worst was yet to come. His body would still bear the brunt of it. Still, Sham was unafraid. He was dead from the beginning. A walking corpse, he traded his courage, his passion, for an emptiness without fear. Canaan's heart beat in time with a blaring alarm, but her mind was clear. With mechanical coolness, she considered her orders and the time she had available to carry them out. She inferred the positions of her 7 targets, assessed the potential for a strategy that could overcome 7-to-1 odds, and picked her moment. This she did by instinct. Canaan didn't need to think. She let the hard soles of her shoes slap down on the roof of the train car as she ran. This should get her attention. The soldier sprang into action. One of the gangway doors opened, leading the guards. As the leading guard stepped through, a red-clad figure flashed into view on the roof of the adjacent car, her hair streaming in the wind, and the train raced along the 80 kilometers an hour. Oh my god, Canaan's also cool. She fired twice. Her trigger control was flawless, aided by the lightweight slide, a short recoil operation of her Beretta. 1 instant, 2 targets right between the eyes. Sheesh! Trigger control, a shooter's ability to precisely manipulate firearm's trigger. It's usually ostensibly a simple movement, takes considerable skill to break a shot cleanly and quickly reset for a follow-up shot. Good technique is essential for shooting accurately at speed. And what's the other one? Short recoil operation. Let me play the video. Oh, okay, like that. Alright, I get it. It should have been 3. The strike should have worked. But she only got 2. I failed. She missed her shot at improving her odds to 4-to-1. Instead of blaming herself, she owed her enemy some respect. They moved well. At this rate, failure was just a matter of time. She didn't have the firepower to go up against 5 well-armed opponents head-on. At the moment, they were on equal footing, both sides cowering under cover. She'd never be able to pick them off one by one. But sooner or later, the soldiers would realize that they could lay down enough suppressive fire to force her to stay down while some rushed her position. And if she tried to rush them instead, the instant she emerged from behind her seat, she'd fall victim to a hail of bullets. Canaan sighed. For a moment, it was a stalemate. She couldn't see the enemy, and they couldn't see her. But then, she heard one of the soldiers. Oh, they're doing exactly what she thought. The guards were using hand signals, but Canaan could perceive them as sounds. The vibration of the guards' movements, the sound of breathing, the scent of gunpowder. That was enough. They weren't on equal footing anymore. Her 5 heightened senses melted into a single potent awareness. The enemy was on her turf now. The angle of the floor and the walls, the strength and positioning of the wooden seats, the humidity of the air, the subtle cues of friction and impact. There was nothing she couldn't detect. Let's go save her. The synesthetic, yeah. Perception precisely mapped the interior of the car inside her mind, showing her how everything she might need to know. There was no vague impression or rough calculation. She had an innate grasp of the exact spatial relationships of everything on this limited battlefield. All she had to do was wait for the approaching enemy soldier to reveal the last bit of information she needed. She could feel the guard's confusion. Her snapshot shouldn't have landed. Yet it had caught the advancing soldier right between the eyes. The survivors were breathing raggedly now. Even their lungs were betraying their alarm. The unexpected counterattack brought bewilderment, then a rush of fear. Still, Canaan knew if she simply tried the brute force approach and charged the enemy position, she'd only provoke them into bringing their full firepower to bear. That would limit her options. She needed to modify the parameters of the fight first. Canaan was outgunned. She wasn't going to be able to change that. She might be able to drop one more of them with another quick shot, but then she'd only wind up getting overrun. She had one option left. Abandon cover. Go for broke. She needed to drop 4 targets in the span of a single breath or she'd be done for. Had that raspy laugh been hers or the enemy's? The guard's leader took aim at Canaan's forehead, his finger on the trigger. She picked up the dead man's gun. Not for ammo. To carry out the plan she envisioned. She knew she needed something more than her Beretta. The leader of the guards cried out. Subsequent barrage was too uncontrolled to be called suppressing fire. To prevent the enemy from moving. Okay. The 4 men fired wildly, trying in vain to follow Canaan's nigh inhuman movements. Canaan sped away. She could read the ripples of the air and even predict the movements of the soldiers' muscles, and the angle of their gun barrels, the trajectories of their shots, but she knew she couldn't hope to dodge every bullet. So before the storm could strike, she dived out the door of the car. God dang! She's so OP! What? Ain't no way! God dang! That's too cool. What the hell? She's gaming. She let out a soft sigh. Her combined senses became distinct once more. She needed to neutralize 4 targets in the span of a single breath. Sniffa! No! And that's precisely what she'd done. Dang! She landed with a flourish back inside the train car. She cleared out all the soldiers stationed in the forward compartment. They'd successfully recovered the payload and wiped out the enemy force. Now her task was to evacuate ASAP. She wanted to check in with Sham, but she knew she shouldn't risk breaking radio silence without knowing the situation on his end. No, why don't you check anyway? She wanted to rush to him, but she knew Sham would be disappointed in her if she did. Now she made it forward of the secure freight compartment. Doubling back to the rear of the train would only have to come forward again to be a waste of time. With their cover blown, they certainly couldn't go to Amman. She and Sham would have to get off the train en route, conceal their whereabouts, probably sooner the better. The scent shifted. She heard sharp footsteps. Spun around, ready to fire. There was a rustling of clothes and a new sensation crashed against her skin. Sadako's arrival helped put an end to the gunfight in the rear troop compartment. She'd caught 2 of the guards in the pincer attack. Before the last enemy had a chance to regroup, Sham managed to gun him down. Okay, they're still okay. Sadako strolled over to him. Only after confirming that all the guards had been neutralized did Sham finally let his mind shift from combat readiness to simple high alert. Tension between them eased. It's been years since they'd been alone in the same room together. Sham considered maybe it really hadn't been necessary to make this car into the battleground. If it had accomplished one thing, it was allowing the fleeing passengers a chance to make it to safety. Sadako said as if she read his mind. But what about Canaan?
だってお前も私もトロほど嫌いなものはないだろ。せっかく く守ったのに、無駄な努力をさせてしまった。
What? She did betray him. No! No, she stabbed him!
さて、
Right?
2つ断っておくよ、シャム。1つはケースを譲ってもらうこと。1つは1人残らず消えてもらう
Oh
こと
my
だ。
god, no
目
way.
撃者も当事者もまとめて掃除させてもらう。
No, Sham! Gunfire and screams echoed from the back of the train. Someone was mercilessly gunning down passengers who fled there for safety.
解放戦線側のエージェントはお前たち2人だけだが、私も個人的な部下を何人か連れてきていてね。今後部車両で働いているのはそいつらだよ。悪いな。お前がせっ
Damn.
かく体を張って保護したというのに。
You're betraying the front. Oh no.
裏切ったのか。
裏切るも何もない。解放戦線において私はただのパトロンだ。それこそ定かを施したに過ぎんさ。今じゃ原理主義者に武装闘争のお株も奪われている。
Well,
いい
what
加
is
減
this?
この辺りが縁切り時だ。
The one who believes absolutely in particular religious doctrine used here to refer to Islamic fundamentalists, who those include radical anti-American and anti-Israeli fractions who have repeatedly come into armed conflict with the Israeli military. Okay. The slaughter continued. Several passengers who hadn't managed to flee in the rear of the train still cowered trembling in the car where Sham had battled the soldiers. A survival that would take an ironic turn when the butchers doing their work farther down the train reached his car.
矛盾している。そのトランクがあれば、解放戦線もお前の望み通り物騒になるはずだが。
その通り。これがパレスチナ側に渡れば、イスラエル側も黙ってはいません。
So I was right. She must be Alfred.
戦力に劣るお前たちは最終的にこいつの封を開けるだろう。そうなっては困る。何しろ米軍にこいつを払い下げさせたのは私だからな。
Sham let out a hoarse gasp.
欲しいのは医者。それもとびきり物騒なね。しばらくするとこんな噂が流れる。米軍
She
流
wants
出の
those.
生物兵
Okay.
器が輸送途中にヨルダン国内で襲撃され、輸送計画はイスラエル強硬派。襲ったのは解放戦線。ウイルスは誰の手に渡った。
So she wants chaos,
で
right?
も真実はわからない。
Yeah, tensions will rise.
緊張だけは高まる。欲しいのはそれだけだ。ハルブはよろしくない。こういうおもちゃはきちんと使い方が分かっている人間が管理する。
This was all a political farce, and an especially poor one at that. And neither the side transporting the weapon nor the side attempting to steal it would know where it had gone. Suspicion would beget suspicion, plunging the Middle East further into chaos.
イスラエル側はこの件を知らないのか。ウーアの試作品の取引は強硬派の毒なの
Damn.
か。
ああ、イスラエル側の総意じゃない。隅に追いやられつつある老人の悪あがきだ。今頃は連中も大慌てだろう。身内が何の
So
相
I
談も
guess
せ
the one
ず、
who attacked
自分た
Canaan
ちの家
was
に致命的な毒
another
を
one
運び
of
込もうとしているんだ。
Alfred. I'm sure it's Alfred's people.
まあ、その老人にとってはこれもイスラエルのための善意なんだろうがな。お前の口癖通り、信念というのは実に迷惑だよ。
Sham felt a dark cloud pass behind his eyes. This operation had been doomed for failure from the start. The Liberation Front had been played like an odd. Key people had been handed the information they wanted, like they wanted it. After that, greed and anticipation had ensured they'd acted predictably. Seeking only chaos and confusion, the instigator had used one of the oldest tricks in the book. The one who controls and dispenses information.
そして俺たちが死ねば解放戦線も奪還に失敗したと判断すれば、お前こそらしくない。そんな必要はないだろう。対立を煽るバカな。
そうだな。この程度のコントロールは私が手を下すまでもないんだが、今回は他にも理由があった。ウーアの管理とお前の始
She
末。
just personally wanted to get rid of him.
お
What
互い
the
因
heck?
縁だな、シャム。お前には2年前ウーアの実験を阻止できなかった負い目がある。 ウーアの輸送が行われるとすれば必ず食いついてくると分かっていた。となればお前を始末できるとしたらそれはもう私ぐらいしかいないだろう。もっともお前がここまでふぬけていたとは思わなかったが。
He was so cool though.
自社の口封じか。ウーアの存在を隠すのに俺が邪魔になったのか。
No.
ああ、だが決めたのは今じゃない。私は初めからお前を始末しようと思っていた。
初めから？俺がウーアを知ったのは2年前。
She just personally didn't like you,
お前と
bro.
は4年前からの付き合いだが。
だからさ、お前は私の素性を知っている。生まれとかそんなどうでもいいことじゃない。
Sham stared at Sadako through the haze of pain. Any secret weapon becomes less effective once its true capabilities are known. And she sees herself as a weapon. She'll kill me to maintain her
まさ
effectiveness.
かな。極めて個人的な機密保持とは俺も買いかぶられたものだ。それでカナンは
Yeah, this is definitely Alfred.
ああ、あれがウーアの生き残りであることも知っている。お前と同じ問題だ。致死率 100% だったウイルス兵器の生存者だ。なぜ、どうして生き残ったのか。
When she first arrived on the train, Sadako had said something cryptic about looking into personnel and looking into a flaw with a weapon. Now it was clear she wanted to gather information about the UA survivor and how the weapon affected her. From the start, this job had been nothing more than getting the most she could out of UA.
ウーアを利用する者として唯一の生存者を直接確認したかったと。
それ以外に理由はない。サンプルとして生きたまま捉えたかったが、あれはもういい。少しばかり特殊すぎる。扱いやすいサンプルとは言えないし、憎しみに駆られて、今頃は無駄死にだ。
後部車両の処理完了しました。こちらの処理が済み次第撤退の準備を。
Oh no.
少し待て。機関部の同志との合流が遅れている。ヘリに連絡は入れておけ。
They have a helicopter, so that's how they get out of here, okay. The sound of gunfire told of more passengers being cut down.
だと。
ああ、何しろこの列車はじき脱線するからな。その後歩いて帰るわけにもいかんだろう。
She'd been very thorough. In all likelihood, she'd planted explosives further along the track that would have been much simpler than tampering with the train directly. A crash might not completely destroy the train, but it would be enough to eliminate any remaining passengers. If the engine wasn't stopped before it was derailed, there would be no hope of saving anyone who remained alive on board.
ウーアに手を出した者とそれを奪った俺たちと
Thorough, but a bit excessive. Man. Of course not. Canaan's gonna survive. She gets her own enemy.
小娘に期待しているのか。
Sadako sneered. It was colder expression than Sham had ever seen before.
まるで使えない。少しは見込みがあると思ったが、あんなのは論外だ。ウーアへの憎しみで我をがっかりだ。お前の手腕も
No.
地に落ちたな。
Refuse.
それは違う。
Oh my god, he said it. Sorry, what you got? So over. He was dying, but his voice was firm. In the back of his mind, there was a whisper. Sadako had sent some of her men to the engine compartment. Why hadn't they returned?
何が言いたい、シャム。
どうということのない自明の話だ。恐怖を知っている者は
He taught her.
憎
He
しみで
taught
は
her
浮か
though.
ぶがお前や
He
俺とは
taught her not to
違
end
う。
up like him. The chill between them became acute. She lifted up her gun, taking aim at Sham's forehead. Her expression said it all. This man before her had fallen from grace, and a disappointment had turned deadly.
断っておくが、私はお前を同胞とは思っていない。
それが正しい。なぜならお前は
Oh god. He's about to drop the sickest burn before he dies. For one fleeting moment, their old connection was renewed. He spoke. She listened, saying nothing, as she'd done so often long ago.
気が変わった。やはりとどめを刺しておこう。
なぜ初めから頭を打たなかった？
ジンクスだよ。今までお前は何度も被弾したが、
The
不思議と
jinx.
ただの一度も 頭に当たったことはなかっただろ?
Her voice was hollow, as if she'd already put this all to an end. She raised her
でも
gun.
なんでもない。頭を撃たれなかったからこうして生きている。俺もお前もただの兵士だからな。
Damn, he called you ordinary. You taking that?
けどな、私にとってそういうイメージだったんだ。お前は。
Wait. Oh my god, the jinx was so real. Canaan came charging from the adjacent car. In the heat of her fury, she fired wildly but still managed to knock the gun from Sadaka's hand. Sadaka instantly retreated. She sensed instinctively, to her chagrin, that she couldn't defeat her young rival now. Under the circumstances, this was prey she wasn't ready to hunt. Sadaka clicked her tongue, dismayed at being outfaced by such an impulsive attack. The girl had been so calm and collected before. Somehow, she had been transformed into a creature of pure emotion, a warrior undefeated and clearly beyond Sadaka's capabilities. Pog, the bro's jinx just keeps going. He really just can't get shot in the head. The scent shifted. She heard sharp footsteps. She spun around, ready to fire her gun, when there was a rustling of clothes. A new sensation crashed against her skin. A volley of bullets whizzed right past her face. Chill ran down her spine. Oh, this was while they were having that thing with Sham and Sadaka. A chill ran down her spine. There were enemies other than the soldiers on board this train. This one was dressed as a train engineer. Shaking off a premonition of disaster, she pursued this new foe as he retreated towards the front of the train. Right now, she needed to stop the engine. She followed the enemy who shot her all the way into the driver's cabin. Whoever the fake engineer was, he was defiant to the last, finally collapsing without a word. Looking around the cab, Canaan saw the murdered bodies of the real engineers, as well as smashed control panels, which was now clearly useless. If this guy was wrecking the train, Canaan thought, he must not have been in league with the soldiers protecting it. There was some third party they hadn't been aware of. Canaan broke into a sprint. She had a better understanding of how the train functioned. She might have found a way to stop it by force by destroying something in the engine room. But she had no time to ponder such things now. Her instinct spurred her into motion. The priorities of the situation had changed. She raced back towards where she left Sham and Sadako. Reflected that she hadn't liked this job from the start. Something about this train just felt wrong, and its multed colors and boded ill from the beginning. She ran as fast as she could. The sight of her previous battle, everything beyond, reeked of a thick stench of death. Her dread of what she would find was almost overwhelming as she headed into the compartment that held the second group of soldiers. At once, she saw pure, excruciating red.
Sam!
Violent emotion surged through her as she cut loose with a wild barrage. It was the first time that she'd picked up a gun, that she'd fired without certainty that she'd hit her mark. Sham! Yeah. The bullets found their marks and several of Sadaka's men fell dead, but how many moments had this bought Sham? Sadaka had vanished towards the rear of the train, carrying the case with her. Canaan didn't even consider following her. Instead, dumbstruck, she dropped to her knees beside her mentor. Her mind couldn't process the situation. Just like a newly hatched chick, Sham told her with the faintest of smiles.
Canaan.
Yada.
She shook her head, not wanting to hear what he would say. His voice was calm. She stared at him, silently pleading, no. She kept shaking her head slowly, inwardly imploring him not to die, but unable to put her plea into words. Sham stared. His consciousness was fading from blood loss, but the face before him was one he recognized. He shook himself back to awareness, recalling the young girl he found 2 years before. The memory hardly seemed real. Those days of mundane everyday life hadn't really been his to live.
Canaan, 現状を確認する。
やだ。そんなのできない。把握なんてできない。
Aww. She knelt, still shaking her head as Sham calmly told her what had happened. Sadaka had betrayed them and stabbed them and stolen the case with the bioweapon. The train would soon be derailed and destroyed. The train crew and passengers had been murdered, though there might still be a few alive. They failed miserably. And the situation was only getting worse. Sadaka was getting away.
あんな女どうでもいい。それより早く手当てを。血さえ止めれば。
時間の無駄だ。お前には他にやることがある。目を覚ませかな。これは特別なことか。俺とあの女は同じ兵士に過ぎない。人間。違う。
シャムとあいつは違う。あの女のことは知らない。知りたくもない。けどシャムは違う。シャムは優しい。冷たいけどあんな人でなしじゃない。
He had no response to that. Wasn't he a monster? Well, perhaps not. He had recovered enough emotion to feel guilt at what she said, at least. Though that hardly made him human.
何をするべきかを測り、何ができるかを考えろと言っただろう。分かっているはずだ。俺たちの仕事はケースを取り返し、列車を止め。
It wasn't fair. He only knew how to press her buttons, eradicate the UA virus. The very words that would transform Canaan from a girl to a soldier.
そちらの状況を、戦闘車両で何があった？
護衛はみんな倒した。機関士はあの女の仲間で、操作盤じゃ列車は止められない。
他に生存者は？
貨物列車から先には誰もいない。
了解した。俺は列車を止める。
He's not just gonna sit there. He's actually gonna go and stop the train. Canaan held her breath. Leaving Sham here, wounded as he was tantamount to letting him die. And why should he worry about stopping the train when they were the only passengers still alive? Canaan couldn't imagine leaving him to spending his final moments alone.
周りを見ろ。生存者は何人いる？
His soldier's edge wiped away her sentimentality.
教えてくれ、カナン。何人いるんだ？
She lifted her downcast eyes. In the time they spent together, he had never once relied on her exceptional nature. He had never shunned her for being different, always accepted her, together with her curse, her gift. And now he needed her help.
3人いる。たった3人しかいない。
3人しか。
Yes, only 3. Amidst the sea of blood that surrounded them, 3 of the passengers still clung to life.
そうだ。
She doubted they had any chance of survival. Even with medical care, probably none of them would make it. But that wasn't how Sham saw things, or how he wanted her to see it.
違う。3人も
Aww.
助けられる。
At that, he nodded. Maybe just a little. He smiled.
列車は俺が受け持つ。連結を外しブレーキをかける程度だ。この体でも十分に現実的な役割だろう。だがお前の方は少し。
でもすぐに戻る。
Her voice, her emotions, under control at last. She was the consummate warrior now, just as he trained her to be.
カナン、お前は戦争によって過去を奪われた犠牲者であり、奴は権力闘争によって過去を失った敗北者だ。兵士としての起点は同じだが、あり方は異なっている。
different ways. Sham's gun slid from his hand. It seemed like in that moment it was a symbol of his life. A hard and deadly weapon, a killer of many, now abandoned.
破壊によって生まれた兵士は憎しみを武器とする。俺と奴のうつろさは単にそれに
He's
焼き尽くさ
still
れただけの
teaching
話
her life lessons as he's
その話を
dying.
覚えているか？
覚えてる。憎しみには
Hatred must never be used as a means of fighting back. Even if the power it gave you let you destroy your opponent, if you cultivated such power, it would destroy you too in the end. Well done, he thought. Perhaps he really had managed to pass on all he could. His lips curled into a ghost of a smile. He once said that that was the great equalizer, and that it came the same for everyone, no matter who they were. Now Sham's time had come, and Canaan realized it with a sudden and surprising calm that she'd accepted it.
最後のタリウムだ。奴を逃がすな。より多くの命を救え。
シャムも元気で。
Aww. There was no grieving. They simply parted ways, reflecting on the past 2 years and needing nothing more than that. Sag. Yeah. It's not making me cry like Takuya did, but it's still heavy. Sadaka stood on top of the train. The scenery, a uniform brown for much of the journey, was now dotted with green in places. They were drawing close to their destination, the destination she had chosen. Very shortly, the train's usefulness would come to an end. There were less than 2 minutes to go before the rendezvous with the Black Hawk. Is that the helicopter? Yeah, it is. Sadaka carried the case in her left hand. Handcuffed to her wrist, she gripped her gun in the right. A FN-57. They put so much details into this though. The preparations had been flawless. The helicopter pilot was highly skilled and he would lower the ladder to her at her position and she would simply ride it on up. And there's another bot I have to bonk real quick. 5.7 POG counter-strike weapon? Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Excuse me real quick. I did it. Right? I did it! Okay. Back to it. She'd accomplished most of what she wanted. Now her retreat would be swift. Damn! This scene though, it looks so good. She should have been wholly pleased with the situation, yet she was wholly dissatisfied. Of course, that would have been the case regardless of the result she obtained. It was not in her nature to ever be content by only by striking out at the world around her could she keep herself sane. And now her thirst for vengeance was worse than ever. A girlish silhouette appeared on the roof of the train not far away, and Sadaka felt her thirst change into hunger. She more than had the upper hand here. If she wanted to go down, the case would fall with her. If she were to go down. And if the case were damaged, the UA virus would likely be released. Which meant that the little lady couldn't shoot at her until she got the case away, whereas Sadaka was free to unload on her as much as she wanted. The kill was certain to be hers. How could she help but smile? She had stolen the UA, steered up both sides of an international conflict, and would soon eliminate the last eyewitness to her scheme. It had been quite some time since she scored such a coup. Her target was 3 cars away. Knowing her pistol's effective range, Sadaka gave herself an 80% chance of hitting. If Canaan had been 1 car closer, it would have been 100%. Since it was not like the girl could fly, she had no hope of escaping certain death. Sadaka aimed at the train car's roof just in front of Canaan's feet. Time for a little intimidation. Let's show this upstart what real skill looks like. She needs to understand that a step closer to me is indeed a step closer to certain death. She's gonna live. She would simply say no and live. Sham struggled to his feet. He had a final job to do. Oh man. There were 6 meters and a door between him and coupling that linked the car to the next. Sham! Easy enough under ordinary circumstances. Once he undid the coupling, the automatic air brake would kick in and stop the rear section of the train. We're running late already, so the distance seemed vast. How much time was it going to take him to do something as simple as waking up in the morning and washing his face? It was altogether too long and treacherous a journey. A journey that would use up all that remained of his life. Muddied memories played in his mind like scenes from an old movie. There was a time when I saw hope in a girl who made nihilism her reason to live. After that, I found hope in another girl's weakness as she clung to her desire to live. The hope that Sadaka had brought out had been like opium, a drug that he took to coax himself into thinking his actions were for the best. Somehow, at the time, he'd never realized his mistake. And then there was Canaan, a victim of war. She had given him a kind hope that brought all his own pain sharply into focus. Even at death's door, she thought nothing of dying, only wanting to live a life of meaning. He had no doubt now which kind of hope was the better one, but he still remembered both, just as he remembered the fate that had driven him long before he had met either girl. That was decades ago now. How naive he had been, an unsophisticated firebrand clinging to the blind belief. 3 wounded passengers, 3 people to save. The thought drove him on. 2 years earlier, he'd been unable to save anyone. He'd been nothing but a killer. Did that make him a hypocrite now? Perhaps. But if so, for once he could accept his own hypocrisy. Sham blinked. His eyesight was failing. Maybe it was the light of truth that had blinded him. At least he was paying at last for the sin of casting aside his beliefs so long ago. Did he have the stamina to keep going? Of course he did. He trained himself to find the new reserves of strength when it mattered the most. War was always like this. After the mind, the body had given out, a true soldier could forge on forward on spirit alone, like a servant of the dead. It had been a long time since he'd taken a job that tipped the scales back towards the living. Of course, he'd always told himself that he killed so that he and others might live. Mercy and slaughter stem from the same behavioral principle, the struggle for self-preservation. Still, a soldier's deed seemed to slip inevitably towards the negative end of the spectrum. He remembered how the long slide had started, the motives that had driven him to take up arms and pushed him further and further into the void. I will lose my life now. I will lose this emptiness. At long last, my balance will return to 0. Another memory. Before they'd boarded the train, the girl begged him for a special boon. Just when had that happened exactly? Perhaps at the time, Sham had simply forgotten how painful it was. He'd been good at that after all. He asked her if the pain from her new tattoo would impair her for the upcoming job, and she shook her head. The girl's skills really did change based on her emotions. Her good moods were rare, but when she was happy, her abilities were remarkable indeed. A tattoo is a small price to pay for that. This girl was quite probably the strangest person he'd ever known. Meeting her was an honor for him, in a way. Even while her training made her into a soldier, she never truly let go of her feelings. Maybe she had been a free spirit the whole time, or maybe her feelings are what helped her through, in part. It didn't matter which it was. Remembering it now, he felt a vague sense of fulfillment. For a monster, he'd done a pretty good job. Tattoo Pog, yeah, they got a matching tattoo. At least she has something in memory of him. Oh my god, the flashing light help. The 2 girls stood 30 meters apart. Canaan had stopped in her advance just at the edge of the 3rd car. Sadaka waited silent. Her rival could never hit her from there. Canaan took one more step. One more and the real fun would start. Curtain had risen on the final act of the drama. The violent drone of a helicopter sounded in the distance. In a matter of moments, the chopper would arrive. Lowering the ladder, Sadaka would ascend in triumph.
まさか見送りで済ますわけか？このケースの中身はお前の恩敵だと思ったの。
Their challenge was a hiss upon the wind. Canaan glared. She knew she could reach her enemy in 5 seconds or less. But Sadaka would only need 1 of those seconds to aim and fire. Canaan would be killed 5 times over if she charged. It was a risk she couldn't afford to take. She couldn't hope to win, not under these conditions. Sadaka's taunt had stung her nerves. Her rival's voice was like a jagged claw, a filthy talon, scratching at her temples. Canaan ground her teeth in frustration. She had no fear of charging in without a plan, but that wasn't gonna work this time. That would give too much of an edge to her opponent. It's crazy how they can just stand on top of the train. I'm pretty sure that's pretty hard. Too powerful. The ladder swayed down from above the helicopter. From the helicopter above. Sadaka could make her escape in a moment if she chose, and yet she hesitated, savoring Canaan's defeat. True. Oh, so that's why.
こいつが今まで殺してきた人数なんてものは成果にも入らない。だが安心しろ。私がこいつを一人前に育ててやる。お前の両親を奪った兵器に、そうだ。奴らが望む通り、せいぜい高値をつけて振りまいてやろうじゃないか。
Canaan fought back a wave of nausea. Ferocious colors danced before her eyes.
吠えてろ。
Sheesh!
そんなの私の知ったことじゃない。
She heard a dull clang from somewhere ahead, a faint shudder through her feet. The train began to slow. Strength filled her limbs. She shifted her posture, ready to spring into action.
いいぞ。挑発の必要はな。
She could see it in Canaan's eyes. The girl was ready to run right to her death. Everything was falling into place. The bleak scenery was opening out into a fertile landscape. Canaan was about to die. One step forward and there would be a resounding gunshot. But instead of moving, Canaan spoke. Oh my god, it's Alfred. Sadaka smiled inwardly. So that's what's been gnawing at her.
アルファルド。
I knew it.
お前にならなかった。どこにでもいるテロリストだよ。
At her words, the race began. Sadaka, Alfred, stared in surprise. The instant she realized her first shot had missed, she pulled the trigger again. This time her eyes went wide with shock. The red-clad figure sped along the train car roof, zigzagging as she moved like a bolt of lightning. On she came, heedless of the death in the air around her. There was no doubt about it. The girl was dodging bullets. For a master markswoman like Alfred, it was a nightmare come to life. What Canaan was doing simply shouldn't be possible. Just before each shot, she would change her trajectory unpredictably, shifting out of the bullet's path. Evasive movement was a standard tactic, but knowing precisely when and where to dodge, that required an inhuman ability to predict the future. Oh my god, she has haki. That simply wasn't possible, was it? Alfred's mind raced. She fought a rising wave of panic. The girl had almost reached her now. But Alfred still held one advantage, the case in her left hand. The girl would have to go for the case before attacking her directly. Alfred would simply have to kill her before that. It was simple. Just pull the trigger! And yet... She began to doubt that she could hit Canaan. She struggled to comprehend what she was up against, her mind recoiling as she began to understand the full extent of this demon's powers. Oh boy. They are so close. Oh my god. Did she break the handcuff? Her voice was like the whispers of the devil himself, speaking what was in Alfred's mind. She fixed her opponent with a victorious stare. That's badass. Of course. This girl could discern emotions like they were colors. She wasn't looking at the bullets, or even Alfred's movements. She was reading her enemy's expectations. She could tell exactly when Alfred believed that she would hit her mark, exactly when she would fire, and that was precisely when she dodged aside. So long as the foe had human emotions, this girl could predict what the foe would do in an instant before it happened. This was it. Canaan was all confidence. She was closing in for the kill. Alfred laughed. The only way to ruin her enemy's predictions was to do something wholly unpredictable. As Alfred hurled the case from the train, Canaan instinctively launched after it. Oh shit, Canaan truly deserves her anime. Yeah, true. It's a shame that we didn't see more of her in the main story. She was so cool, but if we did, well, I don't think it would have worked out as well as it did for Alfred. You know what? I think this is actually what sparks Alfred's thing, right? They did say she makes all of her plans perfectly imperfect, right? So it's super hard to predict. Maybe she started doing that here because of Canaan. She was like, shit, that kid's on my tail. Gotta make it really difficult. Realizing she'd been baited even as she was tumbling through the air, Canaan clutched the case to her chest and rolled to face her foe, reflexively bringing her gun to bear. Bullets whizzed in both directions. For an instant, the two combatants seemed suspended in a kind of distorted balance, two natural opposites in opposition. Who could sense the emotion? Who could sense emotions and one who could eliminate them? By all rights, they should have been evenly matched. But Canaan's emotions tipped the scale in her favor. Alfred had let herself get too drawn in, so she had forced herself to swallow her hatred for a moment and fired at the girl as if at a simple object. She could find the color of determination that Canaan could not see. And yet those shots failed to strike home. Even with her hatred suppressed, her intentions could not be read. She would need to discard her hate, to divorce even her own will to win from her actions. Only then would she be able to slay this super person. But the girl's bullets also failed to hit. Twisting through the air, fighting to keep hold of the case, she couldn't aim with perfect accuracy. Throwing away the bioweapon had been a split-second decision on Alfred's part. She hadn't spared an iota of consideration of the thousands who might die if the case broke open. Canaan trembled as an evil chill ran down her spine at the sight of Alfred standing on the train. There she saw not another woman, but an angel of death, in organic destruction made flesh. Oh my gosh. You know Canaan's? How the fuck is Canaan's side story like 2 times longer than Suzune's or something? She rolled as she struck the ground, safeguarding the case with her body. The impact scattered her senses as she struggled to remain conscious as she bounced along, focusing on protecting her precious burden. If she broke open now, everything she and Sham had done would be for nothing. At last, she slid to a stop and lay there, panting with exertion. She checked the case before she checked herself for injuries. The case was intact. Next, following standard protocol, she began assessing her own scrapes and bruises. Is the train gonna make it, though? It stopped! The grating screech of brakes filled the air. Wheels threw up the power of sparks along the rails as the train receded. Already, the last battlefield they shared was withdrawing into unreachable. It stopped! It didn't blow up! But Sham, there was no sadness. They had already made their farewells. Instead, she felt a grim contentment and steely pride. Anyone with her abilities could have handled the challenges she faced. But Sham had been on the brink of death, and yet he had succeeded at a task that would have been difficult for anyone. He finished things as he had lived. A trustworthy soldier to the end. Cute Canaan saver. True. This shot was really cute. Oh my god, that was a hella long flashback. Oh wait, no, we're still here! We're still in the flashback! She had failed to retrieve the UA virus. The train had been stopped and her test subject had gotten away. Never had she been so defeated. She had killed Sham and stoked flames of conflict between 2 opposing camps, but those achievements didn't change the fact that the operation had been a failure. To be denied a single objective was, to her, a crushing loss. Failing on 3 counts was intolerable. One of her subordinates was calling out from behind her, but her attention remained focused on the point below, on the ground far below. It was over. The UA in that case was, after all, only an old prototype. She had other options. There was a pharmaceutical firm already performing research on a superior form of the virus. There was no need to stay and risk capture for the sake of the virus. Alfred L. But it was hard to take her eyes off the girl. The girl was crawling along the bare earth beside the track, a bitter reminder of failure. Her thoughts shifted back to Sham. The man had fallen from grace. In the 11th hour, it seemed that he had embraced the saying from the Quran that for whosoever killeth a human being, it shall be as if he had killed all of mankind. I know what the Quran is. He had refused to continue being a tool to the very end. Destroying him was no betrayal. She'd never regarded him as kin. Her decision to eliminate him had been motivated by the simple fact that he'd been in her way. After all, he'd said so himself. Oh my god, we're gonna hear what he called her. She smiled darkly as he recalled his words. Damn, I thought he was gonna insult her. You're strong. Damn. That magnificence is like a sterile room with nothing remaining within. Sheesh! He was right, yet he failed to understand that there never had been anything in there to begin with. She was an empty shell with no false dignity to protect. She had never had anything to lose but flesh and blood. Sham should have recognized this. The man himself was a broken being. Alfred had never really been alive. Man, he praised her, but at the same time she got insulted. Damn. He tried to teach her too, but it didn't work. It was laughable, really. Conflict is what mattered to her. That was her driving force. She'd lost her family, discarded her past, and retaining only what enabled her to survive. The ashes of her former self were scattered across the world, every weakness burned away in the crucible of conflict. She couldn't imagine anything but hatred for the rest of humankind. Now her eyes were like fire as she stared at the girl down below. Canaan might still be in range of the right kind of weapon.
Oi. 自動小銃は積んでいるか?
いえ、そのような指示はなかったので。
そうか。ならいい。運がいいと言うべきだな、お嬢さん。
アルファルド、地上支援班がアンマン航空管制無線を傍受。アルバディアの偵察ヘリ出動を確認しました。
They're gonna really leave.
限界です。作戦区域からの離脱の。
She's so mad. Yeah, she failed on all accounts here.
離脱しろ。
The only thing she got was that Sham died. The helicopter circled around and headed westward, passing directly over the girl beside the tracks. As it did, Alfred and Canaan exchanged a silent stare.
傷の手当てを。
ああ、そうだな。
Whoa, she managed to hurt her. Sheesh. Down below, Canaan continued to stare, seeing her foe in a dark reflection of herself. Now they have the same tattoo, right? Their origins were so similar. Two serpents born from the twisted nest, guided by the same mentor, and yet they followed very different paths. Dark Canaan. True, I like the mirror effect. They had no familial ties. Yet they were sisters all the same, bound by a fate thicker than any blood. Canaan didn't take her eyes off of the helicopter until it disappeared over the horizon. Her hatred was a potent force. Even stronger now was her sense of duty. She would stop that terrorist. The girl who had possessed no goals had finally found a sense of determination born within her. Is that the end of the flashback? I guess this ends with Canaan arriving in Japan. The end of her flight. You know, we've been flashbacking for so long, it's hella easy to forget that we were there. Yeah, we are! Yeah, we are landing. Yo! Yeah, the timing. Canaan stirred. Her eyes slowly drifted open. A long dream receded. She'd be on the ground within the hour. Once the plane had landed, she would disembark by a different route other than the passengers, board a helicopter that would be waiting for her on the runway. She stretched and resettled, steeling her resolve. After the mission in Jordan, she had gone on to learn about a certain distinguished family, wiped out in a political conflict, and how its only sole surviving daughter had been trained as a mercenary. But that was a story from the past. It wasn't her story anymore. Right now, she just needed to head to Shibuya, save Maria, and put a stop to the Serpent's actions. Hooray! We made it! It only took, like, 3 hours or something. Canaan's was so long, holy shit.
Maria.
She resisted the urge to hurry to her destination. Taking out her cell phone, she dialed up Maria's number. She knew it was a pointless act. Surely Maria would be unable to answer the phone. Oh, this is when! Yeah! She couldn't resist the urge to try. Incredibly, the call connected. Canaan gasped as if she'd seen a ghost. The sound of sobbing came through the receiver. She didn't actually need to ask. Canaan could tell just from the sound of breathing that it was Maria on the line. She felt a rush of joy. She wasn't too late after all. Maria's voice was happy. Her tears were of joy. Canaan let out a strained laugh, feeling that their positions had been strangely reversed. Maria had been concerned for her well-being. She heard in her happy sobs the sound of a dear friend who had somehow survived a very long and harrowing day. Maria proceeded to put Canaan on the phone with a man named Jack Stanley, a US operative who helped keep Maria safe. In 10 minutes of hurried conversation, he brought her up to speed on the situation. The people of Shibuya had managed to stop the UA virus from running rampant through their city. A very long day indeed, for real. But there was one worrisome detail. It was Stanley's superior Gordon who had escorted Alfred away. Canaan recognized the name. She was certain that Gordon was one of the servant's collaborators. She was appalled at the naivete of the Japanese police. They hadn't arrested the terrorists and had merely taken her into custody. Thanks to Gordon's intervention, Alfred's whereabouts were now unknown. It would be extremely difficult to track her down. She allowed herself a cautious smile. If Gordon was acting on his own, he'd have to use the airport. She'd probably had about 30 minutes left to act. For an ordinary person, that would be a hopeless situation. But Canaan wasn't an ordinary person. At a facility with this many people, this many colors, the color of danger would stand out clear as day. Let's go. She hung up the phone. Her anxious pacing had ceased, stilled by her steely determination to confront her enemy at last. What an outrageous deception. Something had changed in the serpent. She was toying with her far more than usual. Oh my god. It went against Canaan's own sensibilities, but trickery seemed like the perfect tactic to use against these foes. Maria and her companions had been played like puppets. It was time to return the favor. The sound of propeller blades cut the air. Voices were barely audible beneath the roar as the aircraft prepared for takeoff. The agent, obviously last minute deployment, looked like a nervous wreck. His scent was startlingly harmless. He hardly seemed suited for the job. Bruh. My first mission, thank you, man. Oh my gosh. She decided to ignore his bumbling. Her first impulse was to just kick this dolt, but obviously this won't do. Since befriending Maria, she'd become far less inclined to casually strike out at fools who got in her way. What's wrong, bro? She held her tongue, all part of the act. It seemed best to feign ignorance, just to be on the safe side. The man's color was trusty enough, but the hue of copter pilot on standby was harder to read. A unsightly blue proof that he had been in contact with a killer. Better play dumb. Couldn't risk blowing this golden opportunity. Don't be mad, okay? Oh my gosh. He explained the situation profusely, apologetic all the while. He told her about the panic that had fallen Shibuya. The existence of UA had been exposed. Alfred had been taken by the CIA, and Maria Sao was now under police protection. He was a man of far too many words. No matter. She could understand his unease. From his perspective, she was an uninvited guest. To the good agent here, she was a meddler trying to usurp the CIA's rightful target. To the helicopter pilot, she was simply a nuisance who had arrived a few minutes ahead of schedule. But the fact was that they were the ones who had no part to play on this stage. Not if her plan was going to work anyhow. Maria and the others slipped through to Alfred's pranks, unexpectedly providing Canaan with one last chance. Now it was up to her to seize it. I'd be the same as that guy. Canaan's so cutie. For real. she shrugged off a momentary twinge of self-doubt. Maria had survived so far without Canaan's help. It did seem a bit outrageous for her to get involved now, and since this novice agent was right about one thing, her initial plan for the trip had, in fact, been a total waste. But still, she felt a surge of excitement for what lay ahead. Perhaps she'd been secretly hoping it'd come down to a single desperate encounter all along. Another moment when fate took a strange twist and everything changed. Why do they keep capitalizing F in fate? Is this because you got the fate art style? Poggers! Like that hectic day in which she first met Maria. She cast her mind back to their first encounter, that unexpected brightness. It felt like so long ago. She'd seen this wayward stranger, a comforting color, a hue that felt inexplicably familiar. And suddenly, after all this time, she realized why. She'd never realized it before. Maria shone with the same color as Canaan's older sister. No wonder she had triggered so many memories of youth. Canaan had been isolated as a child, spending more and more time alone with her peculiar senses. Yet she remained close to her family. It was their warmth that had tied her strange self to the world around her. Maria didn't resemble her lost sister, but she had brought her warm color back into Canaan's life. There was a prop wash of the waiting helicopter. Canaan giggled despite herself. She felt ridiculous for only realizing something like this now, but she was glad that it happened nonetheless. The novice agent stared at her in confusion. Canaan nodded reassuringly. Maria was safe for now, but she still had one last job to do. Canaan took the gun she'd been provided. Then she flashed the agent a girlish smile. Cute. Turning away from the hired chopper, she headed for the main concourse like an ordinary tourist. Novice, you see a smiling Canaan, you are lucky. For real. Oh my god, every time I think the credits are gonna roll, it doesn't. Her long journey was now over. She had finally found something stronger than hatred. Their parting seemed ages ago now, but she'd lived up to the training he had given her, to be a warrior, to live for something greater than revenge. The training had gotten her to where she was now. She would not be something hollow like the serpent. She would hold her head high, strive to meet Sham's ideal, and fight for her future. Let's go. She had come to protect Maria, the friend who'd showed her how to hope again. And now it was time for the final showdown. It was time to make that hope a reality. Watch. Is the credits gonna roll now for oh, the bright light. Sudden bright light. It is! Thank God. Holy shit. Dude, when I said I was just gonna play no credits for when I said I was just gonna play the Suzune and the Canaan thing, I thought 2 hour stops. Like, they were side stories. I thought 2 hour stops. And here's Canaan's side story taking 3 fucking hours. Suzune's side story only took like 1 hour and 30 minutes, and then here's Canaan. 3 hours. We had too much lore. Story of the I don't know. Canaan 2 girl boss. We had so many flashbacks. We had so much to learn. But yeah. We won't be able to do the anime's 2 years in the future. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at that when I have time. We won't be able to do the, secret extras anymore because we've run out of time. We're so over time. It's like when I did the normal ending. We run out of time, and I'm actually really not sure what they are. But I don't think they're like canon to the story anyway, as far as I know. So that's really, I'm not gonna say another one next week. This is really the finale for Shibuya Scramble, and I think it's still a pretty good spot to end off on. So thank you very much for sticking around for the whole series. That shit was so long. This was so long, but it was so good. Like, I enjoyed playing the game, even though most of it was me like yapping, like reading out everything. Thanks for stream. Thank you for staying, and thank you for like watching through it all. I'm glad that you guys also enjoyed, and yeah. Like, it's a game I played because I was interested in it, and I wasn't sure like if anyone else would be. But yeah, I'm glad that everyone else seemed to have enjoyed it alongside me. So GG. The end. Yay! So that was Shibuya Scramble. We got the achievement, the Solitary Serpent. And that will be it for that series. So real quick, since I'm playing Limbus like twice this week, because I really want to do my dailies, okay? Sekai wa sore! Yeah. I really want to do my dailies in Limbus properly, and that requires me to finish Chapter 2. But I put it twice this week because I don't know how long Chapter 2 is. Chapter 1 took me like 6 hours, and that's not gonna fit in one stream, so I put it twice this week so I can do my dailies properly. So that's gonna happen for the rest of this week. The Thursday, Friday is gonna be Limbus. But if you're not interested in that, I will always have at least one or two, like I'll have at least one day that isn't like Limbus, okay? Like at least that. I'll have Limbus, that's gonna be our new ongoing series, but since that's an ongoing gacha game, that might lead into other Project Moon games, maybe? Maybe. I'm not giving guarantees yet. Might lead into Lobocorp and Library of Ruina. For the non-Limbus streams, I'm still thinking about what we're gonna play next. Just do whatever you like on stream, we chilling, yay! You know, I'm not gonna lie. I got a little nervous. I got a little nervous because so many people showed up for Limbus. And I got a little nervous. I overthunk it. I was like, why are there so many people for Limbus? Would they actually want to watch? But then they did watch. I just like listening to Chi Yap. Oh, thank you. You know, when I rewatch my VODs, sometimes I rewatch my VODs. I don't always do it, but when I do, it's kind of funny because I don't like watching myself in one time speed. I like watching myself in 2 times speed. At first I did it because I was like doing it quickly so that I could like get clips. I used to do that like a year ago. I used to do it really quickly, 2 times speed, so I could get clips and like without spending way too much time. Because like, for example, it's a 4-hour stream. I'm gonna spend 4 hours. No, I'm gonna do 2 times speed and I'll spend 2 hours instead. Work smart, not hard. And then when I listen to myself in 1 time speed, I'm like, damn, it sounds so different. When I'm in 2 times speed, sometimes I yap way too fast and I'm like, what the fuck did I just say? When I laugh in 2 times speed, I like my laugh in 1 time speed, but when I laugh in 2 times speed, it sounds like the laugh tracks that they play in like Filipino television. Like, I think there was like an Itbulaga laugh track. I think that's what it was. I don't know. It's a very standard high-pitched laugh track. That's kind of what it sounds like in 2 times speed. Yeah. Okay, I'm done. I think I'm pretty much done yapping. My throat's dying. Like 4 hours, 30 minutes of speaking straight. I will see what we'll be playing next after Shibuya Scramble. Maybe a short game, maybe a long game. We'll see. I do have that recommendation. I got the silver case. It's not yet going on sale. So I'll see what's in my library. I got quite a lot in my library because they launched that new Steam Family thing. The Steam Family beta thing that you can share with your siblings and stuff, right? So I do have a shared Steam Family thing and now have a bunch of new games. So I can take a look at those, see what we can do. But that's all for now. See you guys on Thursday for Limbus Company. I'm turning ooh. Oh my god. Thank you. And thank you very much again for tuning in to the Shibuya Scramble series. Bye-bye!